And we've reached our final Sunday. After this, there are no more opportunities, no silver tickets, no points to be earned. For these 8 players, only one of them will go to World Finals. The rest have to pack it up and wait for 2026. Hello and welcome to the Last Chance Qualifier, Day 2. I'm Rich Slayton. That's my buddy Joshua A.C. Sharon, and this is the final opportunity for anybody to join our 11 world finalists in Atlanta for a shot at being our 2025 Clash Royale League world champion. Josh, we got rid of a bunch of players yesterday, and we are ready for a show today.
Yeah, I mean, it should be incredible. Look, all the pressure is there. We cannot wait to see which players are going to perform, which players are going to bust. There's just so much on the line. You just have to love what we're going to see today. And speaking
of course,
yeah. I'm just saying. And speaking of today, you know, it's not just for us. It's not just for the players. It's also for the fans. We're going to have tons of rewards. And speaking of the rewards, after the first 90 minutes, it's going to be the lucky drop, same as yesterday, same as a couple times before. We're trying to do this, show the love to the viewers at home. 180 minutes, we're going to get a 2-star lucky drop. I didn't get a lot yesterday, but I did get a little. You know, I got some gold, I got some cards, and then look, after the grand final, I love these banners. I need to start attaching them to my actual account, but I've been collecting a lot of them. I've got like 50, 75, who knows. It's just beautiful, and you know, it's exciting to be a viewer of the Last Chance Qualifier.
And of course, with that Last Chance Qualifier, let's take a look at the format for today. Some things familiar, some things a little bit new. We have 4 silver ticket holders who receive those from coming in second place, or maybe even further down in some of our CRL monthly finals, as those tickets did drop down. 8 silver tickets from the CRL leaderboard from people who did pretty well in points throughout the season, but not quite enough to qualify directly to World Finals. But of those 12 players, only one of them has that trip to Atlanta, to DreamHack, October 31st to November 2nd, to try to become our next Clash Royale League World Champion. Let's take a look at the players that we have on for today, and of course the players who qualified for the weekend, as we had quite a collection, some former world finalists and some newbies who might have a shot at making world finals for the very first time. Vitor and Wallace, longtime names that we've seen in this exact space, both with some world finals heroics and moments of their own. Viper, who made world finals back in 2021. Kitashian and Riley, but a few players who've been on the cusp in the past. As you said to me before the broadcast, Josh, Hugo's been looking really good this weekend. We saw Clown a couple years ago make a really big run and nearly qualify. And Coco, someone who is exceptionally dangerous, especially when you talk about that beatdown stuff. Josh, when you look at this bracket, we have a lot of fascinating possibilities for our next world finalists.
Yeah, I think there's a couple players that like really stand out to me. Viper is definitely going to be the big one. He was one of the players that, you know, just missed the cutoff. If he had, you know, performed just a little bit better in one of the monthly finals, he could have been kicking out one of the players ahead of him. And then obviously Vitor, Wallace. I mean, we've got some star-studded players in this bracket. The thing is, this doesn't feel like a last chance qualifier. This feels like a monthly final because of all the talent that we have left today.
Although the big difference, Josh, is that they are not playing. There's no points. There's no silver tickets. This is a one-and-done kind of weekend. If you lose, you're out. Your dreams are dashed. And you are out not only from World Finals, but also our prize pool. If we take a look at the cash that is on the line this weekend, because, of course, these players are playing for some pretty big numbers here. $50,000 overall. And, Josh, look at that first place prize.
Woo-hoo-hoo. 9th through 12th, those are the players that were eliminated yesterday. They didn't do it for nothing. They were able to walk away with $1,000. 7th through 8th is going to walk away with $2,000. 5th through 6th, 3. 4th is going to get $5,000. And then once you hit that top 3, 3rd place, $7,000. 2nd place, $9,000. And the first place, $15,000. As well as a ticket to Atlanta, as well as a chance to get even more money, $20,000, $50,000, who knows? There's so much on the line at the end of today. $50,000, the total prize pool of the Last Chance Qualifier.
But, of course, that's not what we care about today. What we care about is who's going to be our last world finalist. We've got everybody else locked in, from many people who are former world champions. We have 3 former world champions at Worlds this year in Mohamed Light Mugi and Igor, from different eras, of course. We have players with tons of world finals experience, but today, Josh, when you look at the players who haven't been to world finals before, right? And we're talking Hugo, Clown, and Coco. Who do you like the most as someone who has a real shot at making it to Worlds?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a cop-out answer, but I would have to say Hugo. After going 2-0-2-0 yesterday, he had perfection within his gameplay. I mean, there were so few mistakes. It just looked like he was calm, collected, ready to play. I expect to see that out of him as well today. And I mean, obviously, as we go deeper and deeper into the bracket, he's going to have more and more difficult matches. But I really expect something great from him today.
Yeah, looking at the lower side of things, you have 2 players in Clown and Coco who would be potential first-time world finalists. Coco, who I think this meta in particular might really benefit him, known for a long time as a really good golem player. This is a place where I think he could shine. And then Clown, who was really good, got close a couple of years ago, and I believe that meta was a little bit heavier. That meta that he got in nearly got to World Finals a couple years ago. So this is another one of those opportunities for Clown to really shine. But then let's go take a look as we're waiting for our first match to get ready. And as soon as we have that first match, folks, we're going to jump right in as we're kicking things off, I believe, with Coco and Riley here in just a moment. But looking at the people who have been there before, we have 2 matchups that are interesting in the upper bracket, where we have Vitor and Wallace, 2 friends, teammates, countrymen. We also have Hugo and Viper, who are 2 Frenchmen. So we have this sort of like battle for who's the best in your country at the moment, which is pretty fun on the top side of the bracket. But, you know, when we're talking about the players who've been here before, where do you put the most value, right? You have some guys who've done it a bunch of times. Vitor's a multiple-time world finalist. Wallace is a multiple-time world finalist. They're in the upper bracket. But then you have last year's runner-up in Riley on the lower side of things.
Yeah, I mean, after yesterday's performance, Wallace has definitely, I mean, going against Issei, I know that, like, some people are going to obviously know who he is, and then some people aren't. You know, he's one of those players that, like, there's not a ton about him if you're not super involved within the scene, but I can't tell you enough. He is a very talented player. And then the next round, he had to go against Riley. He was able to go 2-1 against him as well. Wallace is definitely one of those players that just will show up. You know, a lot of these players, actually, Wallace, Vitor, Viper, just when there's pressure on the line, he just does so well. Yeah, this is just exciting to see.
Well, speaking of excitement to see, our first match is about to kick off right here. I'm getting word players are ready, and we're going to be jumping into Riley and Coco. Riley, of course, last year's number 2 at World Finals, made his debut in Helsinki, Finland. And Coco is someone who has been kind of on the cusp a couple of times and has had some pretty good performances overall in Clash Royale, but trying to make that final jump to being a Clash Royale League World Finalist.
Golden Knight Rage coming out from Riley. Coco going to be running at Dark Goblin and Valk. So Coco, we saw a couple times yesterday, there were a few weirder variations of log bait, you know, not necessarily the normal one that we're used to seeing, and not really cycle either. It's these log bait, like 3.5 elixir, 3.2 elixir decks. So it'll be interesting to see what variation he wants to pop up with today.
Ram Rider pulled into the middle. Nothing too important happening yet. Little chip damage on the left-hand side. As Riley now contends with the first barrel. And that's an interesting question, Josh. What do you, when you look at what Riley's got going on, unless maybe, I don't think anything's buried at this point, so how do you imagine him contending with those barrels as they come in faster and faster as the game goes on?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what his last 2 are, because if he has Mega Knight, this could be relative. I mean, we could see him build pushes. Coco, he still hasn't shown his last card, but you have to assume it's probably going to be a smaller spell. Usually you don't run bait with no small spell. So, okay, and so Coco's going to have the vines. I'm just waiting to see if Riley has P.E.K.K.A. or Mega Knight. It feels like every single time I'm trying to predict yesterday, I got it wrong, but I think he has to have Pekka at this point.
And
There you go.
And welcome to Casting Clash Royale, as that is always the case. So Mega Knight does kind of change the conversation a little bit here, as you were talking about. You able to jump on top of those barrels and use that to create a counter push.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to just set them up in the back and see how much value you can get. We see the Golden Knight on the right side. Has to activate the ability without getting the Valk. I don't know if I would have preferred to see him use the Golden Knight on the left just because he's trying to utilize the ability, but right there, uses it on the right.
Bomb Tower plus Dark Goblin. Dark Goblin runs away, so that forces the extra Electro Spirit out. Ram Rider should connect, and it does. Entering into sudden death. Man, this is, again, we're seeing kind of this really interesting thing here, Josh, where neither player has perfect responses. So lots of early chunks getting taken out.
Yeah, and that's a great use of the vines right there. Golden Knight almost able to get the dash on top of the E-Spirit. Not going to be the case. Ram Rider at the bridge. No rage is going to follow just because Coco is going to lock everything up with the bomb tower. But yeah, that's a great point to say that neither player has the right answer. That's totally true with this matchup so far.
Thoughts on the Inferno Dragon's role in a game like this one, right? There's so many swarmy, baity, small-sized troops, not really a clear target for it. Do you think you see Riley start to just focus on holding that in his hands as time goes on, or does he find a use for it, or just keep playing it for cycle?
I think once you get to triple elixir, that's when you get value from it. So now that we're almost here, I really wouldn't be shocked to see it get played all the time. We need to see a Golden Knight on the right side, get the activated dash.
Oh boy.
Vines are going to help, and that's going to get the tower down real low.
But here is that Evo Inferno Dragon. Absolutely shreds the Valk. Doesn't matter. Vines to hold on the right-hand side. Coco doing well with a good opportunity here. Bomb Tower really has been the shutdown card for him, as Riley has not found a way to break through and get into that second level yet. Here we go. Vines at the bridge.
Yeah, these vines are getting so much value every single time. Riley's just trying to look for an opening, and it's just not happening. Coco's playing this perfectly. Easy, even placing the Dark Goblin so well that it's staying out of the range of the Ram Rider's talons.
And the Vines trying to help out a little bit, doesn't matter. And Coco able to shut down. Maybe I was a little bit hasty saying that Coco didn't have the perfect responses. The Bomb Tower more than sufficient, especially when you have the Valk for some control, and Coco able to just shut it down. Riley, tough matchup in this elimination game.
Yeah, we can see the emotions on Riley's face. He definitely a little bit frustrated with that first matchup. Going log bait against Riley, game number one. I think that shows a lot of confidence in Coco to be able to say, you know what, I think you're going to overthink this this first.
Get out, or is there some other reason why you think we didn't see that as at least an attempt to get into the second level?
Yeah, I think it's just a combination of that as well as the Vines. Vines, it's such a hot and cold card because in certain matchups, it's not going to get a ton of value. You're going against the Evo Witch. Well, I mean, you can get the Witch, but then it's just going to have the skeleton spawn. It's going to be able to recover everything. In that matchup, the Vines plus the Valkyrie, it just slows everything down. You can't get past it if your opponent is playing it right.
We only saw one matchup from Coco yesterday. He played Hog, he played Drill with Mega Knight and Evo Furnace, and he played a Royal Giant Electro Dragon deck. So a little different mix-up from him this time, but obviously bait out in the first round for him. Not a lot of cards there that are interfering elsewhere, maybe the Valkyrie as a big one. For Riley, where do you go from here? If you're talking to him about decision-making for game number two, obviously you don't have tons of information on what you think Coco might do next. Do you go how far down the comfort list do you go to try to avoid a snipe but still get a good matchup?
You know, as long as he doesn't use Goblin Giant, I think I'm okay with any deck that Riley could use. Hog is a brilliant option for him. I think too often he's relying on the Goblin Giant, and, you know, as well as Riley's going to play the thing is, Riley's so supremely talented. He's so talented that I don't like to see him use that deck over and over again. I want to see him, you know, outcycle his opponents, utilize the best decks in the meta, and that's kind of what we're seeing. I think both players might be playing the exact same deck.
We'll see if there are any changes once we get past 5, as so far, through 4 cards at least, and now through 5 cards, these players looking very similar. Evo Furnace for Coco, Wizard comes out for Riley.
That's a pretty big swing just to be able to use the Wizard instead of the Furnace. I believe the Wizard should be a little bit better in this matchup, and with the Monk as well. So yeah, still a there's going to be a couple differences, and I believe the Wizard plus the Monk should do just a little bit better.
So Josh, let's talk about that matchup wise, right? The Wizard obviously hits super hard. The Evo is really nice when you're talking about some of those bridge exchanges. Monk's Reflection is super valuable, but what are some of the thoughts about why that matchup leans towards Coco versus Riley? Towards Riley versus Coco, I mean.
Well, the Golden Knight, it's going to get a ton of value every time it uses the dash, but the problem is that, you know, for Riley, he's going to have the Tesla. He doesn't really need to worry about the Golden Knight dashes. So, you know, as good as the Golden Knight actually is, it's not going to get true value. Monk, on the other hand, has the opportunity to get true value, so that's why I think that the Monk should be just a little bit better in this matchup.
Lightning clears off the Monk, and now Hog behind all that. Tesla's going to have to come out. Furnace working on the Tesla plus the Hog. Guards clear, so Lightning instead of Earthquake as the final card here. And we'll see if he's able to find an opportunity to break through. Hog going to get at least 1 on the right-hand side, maybe 2. And no, guards shut it down. Hog pushed the opposite way.
Just going to go with the pre-log. Going to be able to catch the Ice Spear, so that's pretty massive. Hog should get at least 1. Could it get a second one? It won't. And that would have been absolutely massive for Riley. So Coco finally using all his cards. Riley knows now what he has to match up against. And so we are going to be seeing high Teslas from both players every single time. And right there, except that one, basically, just because he doesn't want to have to worry about the offensive Tesla pressure from Riley.
Coco sets up to the right-hand side. Troops-wise, a little bit better on the cycle side for Coco, with the Furnace and Golden Knight both at 4 versus the 5 for both the Monk and the Wizard. And you see there, Lightning one more time to get the Wizard off the board. But of course, the spell difference, 6 elixir for that Lightning, just 3 for the Earthquake.
Yeah, and beautiful activation of the ability from the Monk. I'm pretty shocked to see that the Monk was able to reflect and then take out the entire Furnace.
2367 to 2294 crosswise. Riley trying to keep pressure on. Earthquakes, late Tesla to avoid the Earthquake damage. Log for some chip on the left-hand side. Riley now with about a 300 HP lead.
Right there, this is going to be a ton of damage. He's going to be able to get the guards, maybe the Ice Spirit as well. Not a third shot, second shot, whatever that was. But now Coco takes the lead, triple elixir underway.
A lot of expenditure there for Riley to recover in that one. And now there's a lot on the board. This might be very difficult to handle. Coco not quite to Lightning yet, doesn't need it though. Gets 2 hog shots. Riley trying to respond in kind, but Lightning takes the Wizard off the board.
Needs to get the Tesla down, he will, but one of the Fire Spirits is able to get to the tower. 1301, 345. The Lightning proving to be the biggest difference in this game. Riley's going to try and get aggressive. I like that. Monk at the bridge, Wizard at the bridge. Just try and get anything to go down, but I think it's just too little too late. The Lightning really changes how this matchup gets played.
Log comes through. You have to figure out, do you have any timing for the guards? Coco might just opt to play defense, not even spend for the Lightning. And very smart, throws it at the very end. And Coco with the 2-0 will end the hopes of Riley fans across the world, as our runner-up from 2024 will not be making an official 2025 appearance.
Yeah, a very clean sweep from Coco right there. Game 1, I absolutely loved his deck choice. Game 2, I think that was also just an incredible deck choice again. You know, I have to give so much props to Coco for his gameplay, and whether or not he's using a coach, his coach has to get so much props as well. That is just one of the cleaner sets you're going to see all weekend.
Well, and keep in mind here that Coco ran Hog Lightning yesterday as well against Vitor. So that's a really interesting wrinkle here, is Coco now going with that concept 2 days in a row and finding success with it 2 days in a row.
Yeah, and as we take a look at both of these decks, game number 1, it was just log bait going against Mega Knight Ram. It was pretty simple for Coco. All he had to do was space out his Dark Goblin away from the Ram Rider, make sure that it stays alive. The help of the Bomb Tower was just such a big difference. And then game 2, again, very simple. It's just try and win the bridge battles when you can. Use the Golden Knight, get the dash on top of the guards, the Ice Spirit, the Wizard whenever you can, and just get lightning value. Every single time he had the Evo Wizard, Riley allowed it to pop. He allowed the shield to pop, the lightning would come down from Coco, and all of a sudden this card that is supposed to protect, it's supposed to hold the line every single time, just didn't really get that much value. I was pretty shocked to see how little value the Evo Wizard got every single time it got played on the map.
Well, absolutely evaporated by the lightning, and Coco now, after starting in the first round, now has played 4 matches already, which is interesting to think about as we take a look at his route so far. Coco starting off with the win over Samuel Basoto and then the loss to Vitor, defended himself against Arden, and so he's going to have, if he can make it all the way to the finals, the longest possible route, having lost pretty early on and making his way through everything. So far, 4 matches down for Coco. We'll see if some of the other coaches catch on to some of his tricks so far. Twice now getting critical wins with a Hog Lightning deck. And he sends Riley packing, who I know a lot of fans are going to be really upset not to see Riley at World Finals, especially because his longtime friend and lighthearted rival, Ian, is the presumptive. And here's actually a question for you, Josh. We were talking about this last weekend, where as we wait for our next match to get going, we kind of look at Ian as the number 2. Obviously, he's number 2 overall in points qualifiers, so that makes it kind of easy. But from his gameplay style, he does currently look like number 2 overall. If you look at power, if you think about the likelihood of winning, right behind Muhammad Light.
Yeah, and you have to. There's something about these YouTubers that where you have all this kind of added pressure that you kind of give to yourself. Where once you make it to the World Finals, it's just like, well, you know, is there even a way to have more pressure? And you kind of feel like there isn't. So he's gone through the ringer. He wasn't able to qualify in previous years. It's just so important for him to actually make it. And once he does, I mean, his deck pool is just so perfect for the big stage. It's clear that he's not going to show up with nerves. He's going to show up and be his absolute best. I like the idea of him just being number 2.
Well, let's jump into our number 2 match of the day, Kitashian and Clown. And as we talked about earlier, 2 players who've been in the mix for a while. Clown had a really, really good run towards making it into World Finals a couple years ago. Fell just short. But Kitashian has been before. It's been a little while since we last saw Kita in Worlds. That was the 2019 World Finals, part of FAV Gaming. And he's made some pushes in later years as part of CRL, but this right now looking like the best opportunity.
Yeah, always love watching Kitashian play. One of those players that you just can't help but to root for him. I don't care if it's your first time watching him. If you watch Kitashian, you're going to say, wow, hold up, am I a fan?
So Vines being used right out the gate on both sides. As Clown sets up the machine to the left-hand side in response to the Mother Witch. So a bridge spam variant out of Kita. Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if this is going to be Goblin Giant or Golem. Yesterday we saw this deck, but instead of the Prince, I believe it was the Mini P.E.K.K.A, and then that was the Golem variation. So I think we're still waiting, but because we haven't seen it used just yet, and usually it would only have one spell, so I'm definitely leaning towards Goblin Giant for Clown.
Yeah, we actually didn't see any Golem or Goblin Giant out of Clown yesterday. Kita ran a deck very similar to this. He ran it with P.E.K.K.A instead of Prince, and that was a Goblin Giant deck yesterday. And he ran with Guards instead of Barb Barrel. So we'll see if this triple spell version does end up being Goblin Giant.
The Mother Witch, always going to get a ton of value, and right here, the left side looking pretty dangerous, but a great utilization of the vines, and that's going to just stop everything in its absolute tracks. Evo Furnace going to be able to clean up everything, and 30 seconds left, just a full reset from both players. Mother Witch to defend the left side.
Vines feeling fairly close to a get-out-of-jail-free card these days. Maybe sometimes in both directions. And here we go, Goblin Giant, Prince behind. P.E.K.K.A in response. Minions to help as the Vines come out and slow that whole push down. Now Vines the opposite direction. Goblin Giant doesn't connect. Prince is up, though, and Prince hits huge. Clown absolutely opens this thing up as we go into sudden death.
Yeah, I loved the minions behind from Clown. The added pressure of the minions forces out the arrows. Now Katashian doesn't have enough elixir to get down the actual troops that he wants to get down, and this is just going to be so difficult to defend if you're Katashian. Yes, you have the vines. Yes, it looks like it should be enough, but the rage plus the vines offensively from Clown, it's going to be just too much to handle.
And there we go, a few rockets from the machine. Put that at 28 HP, just a little bit extra as the vines come out, get the job done, and get game number one for Clown. And that one just felt like water rolling downhill once Clown got the good counter push about halfway through that match.
Yeah, I loved how he set everything up. He waited until it was time to use the Goblin Giant, made sure that he had just a little bit of a push going on. He had the Prince cycled, he had the elixir, and then he just went all out.
So let's take a look at some decks that were in kind of the same vein. And as we've seen 3 out of 4 times, it was the Goblin Giant Rage deck coming out on top in most of those matchups. The only time, in fact, that we're seeing the Bridge Spam deck come out on top was a very different variation running the Lumberjack in the Evo spot. So pretty big shift there, but the rest of the time this has been the Goblin Giant deck on top. And big shout out to Stats Royale and production, by the way, for putting this together. What great context this gives us for the conversation, Josh.
Yeah, it's probably my favorite graphic that's maybe ever been done, to be able to just break that down so easily. And yes, sometimes the decks aren't super similar, but it's just such a great way to see what's happening in the past, what's happening in the present. And yeah, I just hope we're using this graphic for that until the end of times. I mean, this just provides so much value for us.
So, thinking about the difference in that deck from Mason, who ran it against Mark, and also we don't know other factors about that matchup with the players as well, but, the standouts you do see there is the Evo Lumberjack not running the arrows. Running that Evo Lumberjack in there is a pretty big shift compared to the other decks that you see there. Bandit has some parity with one of the other ones, but do you think the Evo Lumberjack was a big difference in the ability to break through for that deck?
Yeah, I think it comes down to the Evo Lumberjack. It's just so much pressure because he had the Evo Lumberjack, the Bandit, the P.E.K.K.A, the Battle Ram. It was almost like there was just too many cards for the Vines to handle, and I think that's probably going to be the reason why he was able to win that.
Let's go here into game number 2 as Katashian now going with some of the same pieces here. Lightning and the Machine. Looking at the decks he ran yesterday, he did run Lightning and Goblin Machine together one time in a Goblin Giant deck, and this is looking a lot like it.
So I'm trying to figure out the rest of Clown's deck. I'm trying to figure out if it's going to be Minor Rocket or if it's going to be Minor Poison. And Minor Rocket might be a little bit easier, but since we see the cannon cart cycled in the back, no rocket coming down from Clown, you have to assume it's probably going to be Poison.
And cannon cart does get just into range. So that will end up down. We did see Minor Rocket yesterday from Clown, running that with Little Prince. Lost to Samuel, who was running Royal Hog's Lightning. And that was just absolutely evaporated. And this would be interesting here. Does Clown have the pieces? The Evo Valk does pull all that together to really shut down the damage, but still going to be a little bit in, forces the log out, and now Katashian with a nice 3 elixir lead.
Yeah, beautiful defense right there. I really thought that Clown might get overwhelmed, but a clean Ice Spirit low, clean Evo Valkai. But the fact that he had to use both Evos right there, and then he still gave up a little bit of damage, it does make me worry for his defenses later on in this game.
Especially when he doesn't have those evolutions in cycle at the moment.
Yeah, good offensive barbell from Katashian. Good protection, though, from the Valk. And wow, the Goblin Machine just sniping it, not allowing value. And he is going to have Rocket. Interesting from Clown. That does make sense from his previous defense, though.
And that is so much damage, and Clown just, you see him going, oh, okay, come on, as that just goes downhill. And that's what we're talking about, Josh. You talked about being worried having to use both the Evo Valk and the Evo Ice Spirit to play defense last time, and this time not having those available absolutely gets run through, and we're all tied up 1-1.
Yeah, I think personally that you just shouldn't be running Minor Rocket. I don't care that we saw it win 2 times yesterday. I know these pros love it, and it showcases their skill, and it looks so pretty. If there's any deck in the world that, like, it is the prettiest deck in the world when you play it right. But the problem is you're playing against these other pros, these other talented players. I think there's just easier decks, more solid decks that should be used.
Well, we're all tied up 1-1, and we'll see who goes on, Clown or Katashian. Katashian, of course, as we mentioned, has been a world finalist in 2019, part of FAV Gaming, where he was a 2v2 specialist paired with Kensu Meshi, alongside longtime 2.6 Hog champion Jack as their head-to-head lead. You know, Josh, you're a longtime 2v2 specialist. You're paired with one of the best 2v2 players in terms of 2v2 ability to actually also be a solo success. So taking your friend, the God RF, out of the equation, who do you view as the best players who were 2v2 specialists to turn towards their solo side?
That's a great question. Obviously, you have to take a look at SK. Both Zopsam and Morton, definitely some of the best players. I mean, even today, they were competing in 2v2 5 years ago, 6 years ago. And obviously, Zopsam did qualify for the World Finals, so that's absolutely massive from him. You know, Air Surfer definitely used to play a little bit of 2v2, but I wouldn't really consider him a 2v2 specialist. But yeah, I think really I just look at SK with both Morton and Sam.
Yeah, both. I mean, honestly, yeah, for both of them to reach the level of solo play that they did, and especially Morton, who's one of our leading all-time World Finals appearances with his big run that he had for many, many years. Sam, of course, will see him this year. Higher went on to some World Finals appearances. Obviously, Surgical Goblin kind of went the opposite direction. Went from a solo specialist to becoming the 2v2 guy. So you see it kind of go both directions.
Just waiting for my time to become a 1v1 specialist now.
I'm sure it's right around the corner, Josh. So here we go, game number 3. Loser leaves town. And a nice little reflection from the Monk to start things off for Kita.
Clown going to be using a quick cycle drill Evo Snowball deck. Absolutely love seeing that from him. Katashian, I believe this is probably going to be the Hog Earthquake deck that we just saw in the previous set. but we're going to have to wait and see.
And both players slow down for a minute here.
High Tesla didn't want to give value for the spell of Katashian. Katashian just using the spell anyways.
Remember that Katashian is actually a 2-time CRL World Finalist, both in 21 and 22. Clown wants to keep his hopes of a first World Finals alive as Katashian continues to push into those deep areas.
High Tesla from Katashian just trying to slow down the game entirely, forcing out the snowball from Clown. Offensive, bridge Teslas from both of these players are just going to be so valuable. The reason why is now it forces out the low Tesla from Clown, allows the Hog. I mean, it's just so much value to just set down Tesla and forget about it in the middle of the map.
Good Fire Spirit jump to get a little extra damage down the right-hand side. Lead, though, still about 500 HP for Katashian. Wow. The Evo Tesla does a lot of work there, but this Hog with the log, the Electro Spirit, Fire Spirit, will it be enough? And just barely prevents the shot. Clown hanging on there by a thread.
Yeah, beautiful knowledge of just how the interaction would go. We need the Wizard to retarget, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Clown is going to get so much damage with these goblins on top of the tower.
Lead swings. Clown as we go into sudden death overtime, up 18-35 to 21-47. High Tesla here does not get caught by the earthquake, despite the best efforts of Katashian. And now let's start seeing what kind of pressure can we see mount from Clown. Good delay to avoid the snowball from Kita.
And again, another bridge Tesla, getting the offensive Tesla going. Are we going to see a Golden Knight dash? We are, and that's going to take out quite a bit of the Tesla, especially with the help of the Fire Spirit.
Poison for value. 90 seconds, a little less remaining.
Good Wizard, able to take out the guards with the help of the Monk. Activates the ability, low Tesla. Yes, oh, and the Wizard does splash on top of the Bomber, so pretty massive right there. And the Wizard still alive with the shield. Tower gonna target onto the Wizard instead of the Hog, though.
Here we go. Drill in. Snowball behind immediately. And this is the game they've been playing here, right? Is just this layering game. Who's getting the timing right? Monk plus Evo Wizard. Guards and Golden Knight working with the poison against that on the left-hand side. The Reflect comes in. And Katashian gets the high Tesla up early. And this is going to make things less than ideal for Clown. But the Hog Rider absolutely decimated.
Yeah, I think that was kind of a rough Hog Rider from Katashian. He should have known that his opponent was going to activate the ability, was able to take out the Wizard and a little bit of the Hog. So kind of a brutal mistake at the end of the game.
And Katashian has to get a Hog across. Has to get some more damage out of it, but with the Evo Tesla in cycle, Clown easily able to hold at the river. And we have our second elimination of the day as two-time world finalist Katashian will say goodnight, I believe, over in Japan and move on to let Clown continue along with his world finals journey.
Yeah, Katashian played fairly well, but again, that Hog EQ deck struggling today. It looks very solid, but the problem is there's nothing really special about it. It's kind of slow, so you're not really out cycling at certain times because you need the defense. So you need to place down the Monk, you need to place down the Wizard, and then it's just not really allowing that Hog, E-Spirit, Log, EQ. You just don't get the cycle down.
Yeah, very difficult to, as we saw, control the snowball drill combinations. And the Evo Snowball opened up some pretty significant damage And that's, one of the interesting things about drill overall, right, is that you do have to, it's honestly not difficult to defend drill by itself most of the time. It's the other things that go along with the drill that make it a real problem. And you could say that, I guess, for a lot of win conditions, but the drill with the Evo Snowball, you could say, Josh, that drill was almost a little dead for a while before the Snowball got its evolution. Not to say that there aren't other things that work, but it went through a period of being super dominant and then being really not very viable, and then now is right back in a really dangerous position.
Yeah, it's in such a healthy spot. It's pretty great to see it. I think it's one of my favorite win conditions just to watch in general, because there's so many small interactions where one player is outplaying the other. Is he going to prediction snowball? Does he have the right Evo and cycle? Okay, I need to make sure that I'm ready with my log. I need to save this amount of elixir to defend this. There's so many mind games that get played with the Evo snowball and the drill.
And now down to our top 6 as Clown and Coco both continue on in the lower bracket, and they will await the losers of our semi-final matchups in the upper bracket coming up here in just a moment. The battle for Brazil, Vitor and Wallace, teammates, friends, but today on opposite sides of the arena. And then Hugo and Viper, a long line of talented Frenchmen. And this one you kind of have two guys who've been maybe on the outside looking in when it comes to CRL out of France. And we'll see if one of them can find their way to step through the door to make their way to Atlanta. Josh, we're going to turn our heads now to this Vitor-Wallace matchup. Both guys have been to World Finals multiple times. Both guys are super, super talented. Both guys who kind of came up through, not the Battle of Brazil. Vitor is Portuguese, by the way. I always forget that he played on Pain Gaming. Vitor is Portuguese. I think you did the same thing yesterday, right?
I did.
Yeah, same thing yesterday, because Vitor played on a team full of Brazilians, but he's Portuguese. And he came out of a really interesting group of Portuguese players who were kind of insular for a long time, right? That Vitor is kind of the breakout player of the Portuguese scene, where that scene was kind of siloed, didn't really interact much with others. And then when he joined Pain Gaming, it kind of opened things up in 2020 as he played alongside Lucas and Wallace and that kind of revamped Pain Gaming crew. When you think about these two matching up, it seems like stylistically they're actually fairly similar.
Yeah, I don't know why that team, it felt like that team was formed because all of those guys played a certain type of way. But Wallace and Vitor, they kind of just control the pace. They don't have anything too crazy about their gameplay. When you watch them, you're like, oh, well, I could do that. But then you continue to watch them and you're saying, wow, there's still no mistakes from this guy. They're still winning this matchup that I would have lost because I would have done this. They're just kind of slow, controlled, and it really is a beautiful way to play Clash Royale. Nothing stylish. At the end of the day, their gameplay is very stylish because it's so pretty, but there's nothing too crazy. It's just good, solid gameplay.
Yeah, Vitor specifically, not a really high-risk, high-reward kind of player. He's more of a steady player who's just trying to play good Clash Royale. You don't see him really trying to go for big swings. Wallace, again, you kind of say the same thing. Wallace, fairly similar. He tries to play pretty up down, right down the middle. Although I do think, in my experience, I feel like Wallace has gone for bigger matchup swings than Vitor has, despite the fact that maybe Vitor has had more aggressive coaching throughout the past. But let's go ahead and jump in and see as these two former teammates go head-to-head here in the upper bracket.
So Wallace was leaking pretty heavily early on. Already leaked 3.4 elixir more than his opponent, and Wallace going aggressive. Beautiful Fire Spirit, beautiful Dark Goblin, and that is a lot of pressure on top of the tower. The minion horde getting so much value, even with the perfectly timed Fire Spirit. Just a beautiful offensive play from Wallace, and man, I've missed it. It's been 8 or 9 years, but Minion Horde at the bridge is finally a play again.
Well, I don't know if everyone agrees with missing that so much, but I know that you've always had a soft spot for unorthodox, or maybe unprofessional moves. What's the I don't know
Yeah,
how to put it.
I like to use the word creative, but yes.
I remember we had you and from TSM. His real name is Isaac. He was their 1v1 specialist.
Oh my goodness.
I can't remember who. Vulcan. Yeah, I think we had you and Vulcan maybe at Super League Studios for a best of 5 matchup. It might have been you and Vulcan. It might have been you and Oxalate. But I remember game number 1, whoever you were playing against came out with a serious deck, and you came out with some sort of classic AC Three Musketeers nonsense. And after game 1, you looked and you were like, oh, that's how we're playing. We're playing real decks. Got it.
I always enjoy somebody who's allowed to have fun on the big stage, which is definitely why Zobsam is easily one of my favorite players to ever watch.
Vitor,
wow.
What a connection here as the Dart Goblin sneaks past the Mortar, not able to get down in time. Vines just open that up. And Vines truly are the current, and look at that, Miner to the inside, trying to make room, but of course Vines will ground those Fire Spirits to clear it out. And Vines really does feel like the one Monopoly card in here, because you can get out of jail for free.
Yeah, and I am loving what I'm seeing so far this weekend from these pros. They're using the Vines in so many different ways that I never would have really thought of. Yeah, he was so quick to realize that Vines was the correct answer on top of that minion horde. These players are so strong, and right here, this is going to be potentially just damage and the game over. Wow.
Trying to hold on. Can't do it. Wallace with the huge comeback. And that looked like he was dead in the water. And Wallace able to use just the perfect opening. And honestly, I think the Vines didn't really do much on the defensive side, as they kind of focused just on the front, but didn't do much for the minion horde, and that just ran right downhill. As we look at the matchup history, pretty even back and forth between these two concepts, as we see Wallace taking this one to make it a bit of a 2-2 here. Pedro beating Mohammed Light on the other side, but also the big difference here, Pedro was running Drill Snowball versus this Wallbreakers deck.
Yeah, definitely a really fun matchup. I would say that Wallace did have a slight matchup advantage, probably roughly 55-45, maybe 60-40, but it really felt like whoever played that game better was going to win. And I think even though it was an incredible play, maybe it was a little bit too aggressive going in with the Vines offensively. Just felt like after that, Wallace controlled the entire tempo of the game. He was allowed to be up 4 elixir, and then he's getting value with the minion horde, and all of a sudden Vitor can no longer apply pressure same lane. He has to go opposite. Wallace allowed that to happen, and once it happened, it was just too much damage coming in from him. I loved what I saw from both players, and it really is funny that before the match we were saying, neither of these players are really that aggressive, and both players were ultra aggressive in that matchup, and really ultra aggressive with their deck composition. Going Minion Horde Miner, Evo Mortar, Evo Wizard, that is an aggressive deck coming in from Wallace.
Yeah, I mean, super aggressive, and I think that one of the things we saw from Wallace that we had the Minion Horde at the bridge play 3 times, right? So 3 times playing about as aggressive as you can. And you see a little smile there from Vitor. Both these guys, of course, with multiple World Finals appearances. Some of those appearances, or one of those appearances, together in 2020, when Wallace was the big hero of Pain Gaming, pretty much soloing Nova Esports. Vitor, though, in the solo era, has become kind of a fixture at World Finals, making it in 21, 22, and 23. Didn't make it last year, as we had only 8 players for Worlds last year, but I don't know if he would have made it if there were 12 or 16. I'm pretty sure he would have made it if there were 16. I don't remember what the standings were from last year. I can probably check on that, but both these guys with multiple appearances.
Vitor is just one of those guys where he just shows up at World Finals, and he's a player. Time and time again, whenever there's a final opportunity to qualify, he's going to show up. It feels like the last chance qualifier is definitely made for Vitor.
Well, down one, and of course, this is not an elimination game for Vitor. He is in the upper bracket, so if either player goes down here, they will go down into the lower bracket and continue fighting along. Of course, your route to the championship much easier the longer you stay in that upper bracket.
And so it's not really a problem whatsoever just yet. I don't think it'll become a problem in the future as well, but you do have to sort of look at your king tower and say, all right, it's already lower than the crown tower. I can't necessarily just NATO the hog to the king anymore. I'm going to have to think of other ways to defend.
And Fire Spirit just gets right in front of the Evo Inferno Dragon. Still takes about a third of the HP off of the furnace. Hog goes under, still goes to the cage though.
Yeah, I'm pretty shocked by that interaction right there. Thought it was going to bypass that. Not going to be the case. And Vitor, another very clean defense right there. Wallace hasn't really given up pretty much any damage. Looks to be just under 300 from both of his towers.
Lightning value for Wallace. Entering into sudden death overtime. Wallace has the lead on that right-hand side. Vitor with damage in both lanes. But we'll see if having two lanes ends up mattering at all as time goes on. Does a little pressure play with the guards on the left-hand side. Forces out the bar barrel. But Wallace having real difficulty getting into the second level. I'm sorry, Vitor having real difficulty into the second level here.
Such a small interaction, but getting the Ice Spirit timing where the Skellies were staying alive. Just those little plays. So impressive from some of these players.
And it's really interesting how well, how well Wallace has been using his lightning. Vitor not able to really get his lightning going here. But the lightning both opening up offensive opportunities, and as you saw there, just shutting down some of these plays on the defensive side of the board.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of an answer. I'm trying to think of what I would do if I was Vitor. What is the play? How do I get through this? And I'm coming up with nothing. Wallace is just controlling the entire game. You know, with these E-Giant, these heavy E-Giant decks, you are waiting till triple. So this was where the game can get flipped. But Wallace is just defending so well. These Teslas are getting cycled. He's going to have an Evo Tesla maybe next, but either way, he's just doing such a good job of controlling this entire match.
That lightning from Wallace got a little bit of everything here. The Evo Tesla in cycle going to hold, but right now, Evo Inferno Dragon, does Vitor have a lightning to help support this? Does he need a lightning to support this? And cannot quite break through. 25 seconds left, and now he goes to the right-hand side. This is where that dual lane pressure might have actually come somewhat handy. He does have to worry on the left-hand side. Now on the right for... Nope, not going to get there. 1780. Mighty Miner forced a response out. Wallace puts the lightning to put a bow on it, and that's an easy 2-0 for Wallace over his former teammate.
Yeah, Wallace played that to perfection, just controlled the entire tempo of the game. I mean, really, when you look at how Vitor played that matchup, there's really nothing he could have done. Wallace was quick to respond with every single offensive push from Vitor. There was just maybe too much value was given. So maybe I would have liked to see him space out his troops, maybe try and go split lane pressure from Vitor. But Wallace, nothing to say about his gameplay right there. If anybody could find a mistake, let me know, because I couldn't find one. And right here, let's take a look at the matchups. Game number one, all about just allowing that early damage from the Dark Goblin plus the Vines. And then after that, he just controlled everything. And then game number two, I mean, just quick pressure with the Hog, was able to get the King Tower low. It forced out different defenses from Vitor. He could no longer just NATO to the King Tower. And then once he forces his opponents into just kind of a weird situation, that's when he was able to get all the offensive pressure in the world with the Mighty Miners, the Hogs, the Lightnings, and it was game over just like that.
Oh, Wallace's timing in terms of when to put pressure on and when to take his foot off the gas was really, really solid, and that got him the win here. So Wallace moves along in our upper bracket as he will take one step closer as he is now in the upper bracket finals.
Wow.
Guaranteed top 3 for Wallace. Of course, points don't matter. Money is certainly nice, but what Wallace wants to do is walk away with a trip to Atlanta and our world finals. Vitor drops down to face the Dangerous Clown. So that will be a difficult route for Vitor. We'll get to that matchup in just a little bit. But first, coming up next, the two French players here, Hugo and Viper, two very different players. Viper, one of the most notorious one-tricks in all of Clash Royale, and Hugo has been on a really nice run. I know, Josh, we got a chance to ask them some questions before this weekend come up, so I believe that we have that ready. Let's go ahead and take a look at the little conversation we had with Hugo and Viper.
So I know that my French mate Hugo is in the LCQ as well, so I mean, good luck to him. I hope that we'll get a French in the World Finals, and anyone that's not competing in the LCQ or in CRL this year, I hope that next year you'll be there as well, so that we can have a French in the World Finals.
So I'm super happy to represent the French community in that last chance qualifier with my friend Viper, who I've been competing with since so many years. Like we were in the same team 4 and 5 years ago. So yeah, it was great to represent France in last chance qualifier, and I hope both of us will do his best and maybe win that tournament.
Well, a little word from those two who are both very excited. You know, I think, as they kind of both stated, if they don't win, they want the other one to be the winner, and being in the winner's bracket right now certainly makes that a lot easier. And they did mention, Josh, you know, having been teammates many times, of course, a little different experience being teammates in like a team house like you got to experience, but also both being in France. I have no idea if the French team did come together for some of these events, but they were on the number 2 finishing French team together in 2021 for No Tilt Worlds, one of the better international competitions that we've ever had, country-based competitions we've ever had. That was a really, I think you played for Team USA that year, if I remember correctly. That was a pretty fun one. And, of course, for a lot of those ones, World Royale League, things like that. Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
I believe I believe that I should have earned MVP for that tournament. I think I went like 10-0 overall, and yes, somebody else went like 17-2, and yes, they deserved it over me. But I feel like, you know, I had 0 losses to my name in that competition. It would have been nice to receive some honors from that. Instead, I think I finished like top 3 in voting.
Well, you're number 1 in my heart, Josh, for MVPs. But there's only one number 1 this weekend, and it's going to be one of the 6 remaining players that we have. And at the moment, when we look at Hugo and Viper, you know, it's interesting. Hugo has a pretty broad deck pool overall, and Viper's has grown. But when you think of Viper, you think of one thing. You think of Hog X NATO. The deck basically exists. If you see the deck being played by a human, it's because Viper plays Hog X NATO with Rocket. Talk to me about there's not a lot of phenomenal, unique one-tricks left in the game who play something that nobody else really masters. Talk to me about this deck and Viper.
Yeah, I mean, Viper, easily one of my favorite players, and it's because of what you were saying. There's so few people that run that one deck where you want to try it out just because of the player, and you know, just because you watch them stream or do YouTube, or maybe you follow them on Twitter and it's like, oh, I want to do this too. But with Viper, he's one of the only ones where you'll watch his gameplay and you're like, I don't actually want to do that. I just want to watch him play. This isn't something that I want to be able to pull off. I will never pull it off. And yeah, Viper's just so incredibly impressive. And luckily at this point, he has expanded his deck pool where instead of going Hog Xe NATO in his deck, and then you don't have to worry about it, he'll split it up. He'll use Xe NATO in one deck, he'll use Valk in another. It's a very unique way to protect his one trick like that.
And it does get interesting, right? As you get deeper into the mind games of deck picking, if you get to a game 3 and he still has all the pieces of Hog X NATO, right? He has the pieces of the Viper deck. Now you're going, do I have to cover that? Or am I trying to cover the thing he would play, what else he would play, right? So that creates some real challenges for players if all those pieces are available late in game. And of course, speaking of his quality with it, multiple top 10, including a ton of top 3 finishes on ranked, on ladder, and in February 2021, a #1 finish on ladder with that deck. So certainly talented with that one from top to bottom, as right now he's going the Goblin Giant route and pushing deep, but not getting a huge connection, although the rockets from the machine, with that Chef boost, starting to do some real damage.
Yeah, the Chef boost allowing it to get to level 13, I believe. I wasn't sure if that was a visual glitch or if that was actually the truth. And right there, getting a ton of damage, getting the tower down to 2296. So opens up the game for Viper, takes the lead, heading into double elixir. And Hugo on the other side, using the Mighty Miner, Goblin Hut, Furnace. I can't figure out his last card. I want to say it's Graveyard, but I don't think it's Graveyard. I don't think it should be Miner either. Still kind of just wondering about what his final card will be in that deck.
Fire Spirit's connecting a little bit, courtesy of that Evoed Furnace doing its work, protecting that, keeping it on the board here. Vine's trying to slow everything down as the Furnace comes out the opposite direction in its evolution form.
Yeah, Viper doing a great job of protecting his own Evo Furnace. Evo Furnace getting a ton of value. Needs the Fire Spirit to lock on. Will not happen, but the Rage defensively will be able to defend it properly.
Double Furnace on the board. Prince behind. Poison trying to get lots of value here and hold this fight up high at the bridge. I was about to say, Viper has not had a Goblin Giant down in a while. There he goes. Behind the tower. And it gets leveled up.
Goblin Machine, Goblin Giant, one of the scariest offensive duos that you'll ever see right there with the help of the Furnace. Going to be able to take everything out, but Evo Snowball plus Poison, just such a clean defense going against that offensive push. And there we go, Drill. All right, that makes sense.
Sudden Death overtime. Snowball trying to create some room for the Drill. Not going to do much as the Goblins turn towards the machine. Final 90 seconds. Viper currently with the lead in game #1.
So if you're Hugo, oh my goodness, isn't able to get the Goblin Giant to go to the Goblin Drill. Goblin Giant eating away at the tower. No Goblin Machine on top of the tower, but now it's going to happen. He's going to be able to spell cycle, and we see it right there. Viper taking game #1.
You know, Josh, I was just about to start talking about how if Hugo can turn this into a defensive fight, he has way more direct damage on tower ability in the final 45, 30 seconds or so than his opponent, but not able to get that hold long enough. And just the escape of the Goblin Giant ends up breaking this one open for Viper. And, you know, we haven't really had this exact matchup before. You can even see, to get close enough, you got to get a Graveyard deck in there for one of these matchups. But right now, Goblin Giant coming out on top.
Yeah, I think it actually, I do want to give props to Hugo on how he approached this matchup, because it was very clear in that final overwhelming push from Viper that Hugo was just struggling. He, you know, yes, you have the Mighty Miner, yes, you have the Goblin Hut, but that Goblin Machine, once it gets going, it is so easy for it to get so much value. And so why I'm impressed is because it felt like as soon as the game started, he had an idea on how he wanted to approach it, and he thought that overwhelming defense, eventually maybe I'll have the opportunity. Even though it didn't happen, I love how he approached this game.
Well, Hugo ran this same drill deck yesterday against Katashion when Kita ran a Mortar Miner Minion Horde deck, and Hugo came out with a 2-0 sweep in that one. In the second game, he went to Ram Rider Mega Knight. So we'll see if Hugo does switch things up here. Not a lot of players have been repeating the exact same deck so far over these 2 days, especially not ones who only have a couple of matches so far. So maybe a little bit surprised to see the exact same construction come out, and I'm really hoping that we see some variation out of Hugo as we go into game number 2.
Yeah, after going 2-0, 2-0, any kind of loss has the opportunity to just there's an opportunity for you to overreact. And if you're Hugo, I really think that he played this matchup pretty much as well as he could have. Obviously, the defense could have been improved upon. Yes, there should have been an opportunity for him to potentially win that. But overall, I still love how he played yesterday. I love how he played today. He has to make sure that it does not get to him, the fact that he finally lost in this tournament.
Here we go, game number 2. Viper with advantage. Keep in mind again, folks, this is not an elimination game. The loser will drop down into the lower bracket, where they will take on Coco, who's waiting to see who his matchup will be. And the Golden Knights meet at the bridge. This might be a drill off. Although, no, Hugo ran drill last game, so it is Hugo. And this is fascinating, right? This is not the exact same deck. He is making a slight change, but Hugo going with the same progression from drill to Ram Rider.
And you have to wonder if Viper expects that, if he knows. I mean, with these players, they're going to know how the other player wants to approach a best of 3 because they've done so many against each other. Yesterday they were practicing against each other. They have been working together for so long. The fact that he's done it twice now, it does make me worry if I'm a fan of Hugo.
Evo Baby Dragon behind the Golden Knight. And Lightning going to, and I see what Hugo's going for with the ability, but Golden Knight dies on the Vine. Snowball to move the Royal Ghost. Guards will connect. And once again, Viper finding the way to connect. 2387 as we tick away into double elixir.
It's just a small thing, but I believe it's been twice now that I've seen a Golden Knight not get any value once it started its charge. Usually the Golden Knight, it's free money whenever you use the ability. So it's interesting to see that twice in the same game.
Golden Knight going to use that dash now to get in front of the Ram Rider. Evo Tesla shuts that all the way down. And first Mega Knight down for Hugo. So very similar. The one difference here is switching the guards out for the Bomber on Hugo's side.
And he is able to take that out. Offensive Lightning going to come down, needs to defend this. Guards are going to come down. It's still going to jump, though.
Huge.
And that was a pretty massive interaction. Bomber not even getting a shot off. It will, but oh my goodness, the Ram Rider connects.
And does that give the Ram Rider a chance? I was about to say, the Ram Rider could have had a second charged up connection there. So that was, you like the idea, but that could have been devastating. Either way, Hugo now has the lead, 23-61, 2004.
Yeah, and you know your opponent is gearing up to go Lightning. Viper has 6 elixir. I like the idea of going on top, but the snowball plus the poison not going to be enough. The Ram Rider is going to get the charge on top of the tower, and he's still going to be alive. But, I mean, down 1,400, you only have a minute and a half, and you're going to struggle going same lane against a Mega Knight, Ghost, Bomber, Golden Knight. I mean, half the cards in Hugo's deck is made to counter the drill.
Yeah, I mean, that's already brutal. And then you add in just the elixir deficit we saw from trying to stay alive there, right? Viper falling way behind in the elixir collector and everything getting evaporated. And this is what we're seeing. The real big problem here is that Viper has no really viable way to control a Mega Knight, much less control the Evo Mega Knight. And that was just continuously the drop combination of the Rage plus the Mega Knight, making things pretty much impossible for Viper over and over again.
Yeah, I love how he set up his attack. And, you know, he kept it very simple. He as soon as he recognized that the Mega Knight was getting all the value in the entire world, well, let's kind of ignore any other previous strategy I'd have, and let's just place it on the map, get the right things going behind it. And then he also, one thing I did like that he was doing, he was switching up his attacks. Even though they were all working, part of the reason they were all working was because sometimes he'd go Baby Dragon, sometimes he'd go Lightning, sometimes he'd use the dash, sometimes he'd delay the dash. So I love what he was doing right there, because he was always keeping it fresh.
Keeping it fresh and keeping the pressure on high. And, of course, with a bridge spam deck, the more you can force the pressure to build and mount, the more you can get those big collective snowballs. Not a giant snowball, an actual snowball of troops just rolling down towards the tower and breaking through. So we are now all tied up 1-1 between these two players. Let me go ahead and refresh my decks here on this side. And so game number 1, we have Viper coming out with the Goblin Giant deck and absolutely running through the drill deck of Hugo. Game number 2, flip the script. Hugo, and this is what's interesting, Josh, is you and I were talking about how, hey, like maybe there's some concern of going with the same deck progression as you went last time. Doesn't matter here. Hugo goes to the bridge spam deck with the Mega Knight, and Viper not able to hold with the drill Tesla deck. So let's talk about what we go for as we go towards game number 4. Triple spell by Viper in game number 1 with 3 small spells, Rage, Vines, and Bar Barrel all gone. Then now Snowball and the Poison out in game number 2. So we start looking at the small spell situation for Viper, and it's starting to get pretty thin.
Yeah, but at the same time, you are leaving the door open for any kind of Hog Exi NATO, any kind of Valk NATO deck. So, you know, one of the cool things about the way Viper's deck pool is set up is that he's one of the few that can get away with getting rid of all his spells, because you still have to worry about one specific deck. And so even though there's only a few spells left, he still has that will he, won't he kind of meta going on. And it gives him a lot of freedom when other players wouldn't have that.
So you have some kind of beat-down lightning-based stuff available for Viper, and you have, of course, his Hog X NATO and other Hog variations available for him as well. When you're talking about Hugo's side, how do you try to cover both of those? What's the methodology for covering both a lightning-based beat-down deck and covering the Hog X NATO or some sort of Hog deck here?
Yeah, I mean, one of the easy answers would be... I was going to think Graveyard, because that's going to be able to beat down, and you can switch up your Graveyard deck, so that way maybe you have NATO and you go Splash Yard, or, you know, Splash Yard would honestly be the perfect response to that. But because you used Goblin Hut in game number 1, Splash Yard is no longer really that effective if you don't have the Goblin Hut as well. So I don't know. I really don't... I've got no clue what I would do if I was Hugo in this moment.
Hugo looking like he might be going, oh boy. And it is a lightning deck. It is a beatdown deck. And Hugo getting the Archer Queen absolutely disappeared by the lightning. Opening salvo from Viper. Hugo does have a 2 elixir advantage. Maybe 1.5.
Defensive cannon for a Viper. And... yeah, pretty neat placement from Hugo to put it off to the side, not get caught from the cannon, and not allow Viper to NATO it to the King Tower. So really like the placement from Hugo right there.
And it's something, we didn't really see that placement for a long time in competitive play. The anti-NATO, but not in the number 1 spot placement, and it's become such a part of higher level minor play.
Ooh. And right there, Tesla going to snipe the Baby Dragon, slow down pretty much the entire offensive attack, and not allow Viper to get any damage on top of the tower.
So Viper going piggies here. Poison not available, so it's probably Miner Rocket. We'll see if that is in fact the case.
Yeah, just not a huge fan of these players using it, especially in game number 3. All the pressure's on the line. You have to get the win. But, you know, obviously these players are ultra talented. And so even when, as a commentator, you are worried about the nerves and can you play well in this exact moment, you know, a lot of these players just have that feeling, that belief in themselves where any deck that they use, they're going to be the best in the world. So at the end of the day, even though I don't love it, I do 100% understand it.
Evo Cannon sets up early, does not get on the Tesla. Doesn't matter, the Lightning will clear.
Right there,
Nice
Valk
split
a little.
on the piggies.
Yeah, Valk a little bit too high, and so it's not going to be able to target everything. Would have liked to see that just probably one tile lower, maybe one tile lower, one tile to the left. Right there. Still not going to give up all that much damage, though.
Electro Spirit, Log, and Cannon take care of their business. Needs to cover on the Ultra Queen, does with the Mighty Miner. So as we go into sudden death overtime, this so far is the tightest game between these two after a lot of games where one player was able to just kind of start moving with absolute momentum. This one really holding.
Yeah, and speaking of momentum, Royal Hogs perfectly timed. Going to get a ton of damage on top of the tower, getting it all the way down to almost sub 2,000, getting it down to 2026. And Viper, with the help of the Log plus the Skelly, is going to clean that up incredibly nicely. Perfect timing, perfect placement with all his troops.
And it feels like every time Viper can avoid having to use the Lightning on defense to cover the Archer Queen plus, that opens up big opportunities for him to go the opposite direction.
Just so much space for him, and right here going in with the Royal Hogs plus Log, and gonna get quite a bit of damage. Thought that the Valk plus Log from Hugo was gonna defend properly. Not gonna be the case, pretty surprisingly in my opinion.
Miner to the back, Archer Queen getting supported by the Berserker. Pigs get swiped on once by that Valk at the bridge.
Yeah, still
And now
really,
an aggressive Valk.
Yeah, still really like the timing of the Royal Hogs and like the idea right there, Ice Spirit plus Log. And again, we saw this yesterday with Basoto in his matchup, and it was the right decision. But both, again, Viper allowed... Oh, that is...
The missed Lightning on the Archer Queen.
Yeah, that can change everything.
Archer Queen now in great health. Miner going the opposite direction. Evo Valk in front. Rocket now working to support the Miner. Archer Queen might be going in, does not have the ability here as it already went. Tesla now working. Lightning trying to get those piggies on tower one more time. Fire Spirit to hold, and I think Viper has this one.
1591, Cannon to defend, plus the Ice Spirit, or plus the E Spirit. That is going to be enough. 1130, 313. Viper takes it, takes game number 3, takes the set overall.
And, you know, it's one of those mistakes where you feel like if maybe that mistake happened 25 seconds earlier, that Viper didn't get the Archer Queen with the Lightning, maybe Hugo is able to use that 3-card cycle. And that was one of the factors, right, is Hugo couldn't get the 3-card cycle going with the Archer Queen in any meaningful way because Lightning can just take her off the board and make that moot. You have this moment, but it happened just a little bit too late, it seems, for Hugo to take advantage of it. And Viper going to move on to our upper bracket finals. Hugo drops down to the elimination side.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the decks used from both players, game number 1, Hugo lost to Viper. Viper ran Goblin Giant, Goblin Machine. And really, the name of the game, the story of the game was just Goblin Machine OP. It got so much value every single time. Hugo tried to defend. I loved how he approached it, but he just wasn't able to get aggressive enough, wasn't able to get damage. I think he only played 1 drill on top of the tower. And so game number 2, the script gets flipped, and Mega Knight was just the card to watch out for. Every time it got placed down on the board, it got so much value. Viper had no answer for it. And then game number 3, it was just solid defense. Both players just kind of feeling each other out. And then Viper, when he had the opportunities, he got the value with the Royal Hogs. Had some pretty good log timings where it was kind of just like glitching the Valk, where it didn't get the swing off, it reset, didn't know what to do, got some damage with the Royal Hogs. And at that point, even with the missed lightning, he was able to get the victory.
Are you surprised at all that we never saw, with those Royal Hogs going single lane, never saw a rocket to defend those Hogs?
I mean, I kind of, yes, but not super surprised. You know, a lot of it comes down to trying to get the right cycle going where you can get offensive pressure. I guess I would say I'm a little bit surprised, though, because there were like 3 or 4 pushes, maybe even something like 5 or 6, where it was just Royal Hogs bridge, Baby Dragon middle. And so there was an opportunity for him to defend with Rocket, defend with maybe the Berserker low, get the Baby Dragon off to the side, not on top of the tower. There certainly was a few opportunities to defend with Rocket. That's a pretty key point that I wouldn't have thought of myself.
Looking at the upper bracket final, Wallace and Viper both looking for a shot at our grand final. They are both just 2 match wins away from being our 12th world finalist for 2025 in Atlanta at DreamHack. But now we turn our focus to the lower bracket where everyone is fighting for their lives. And coming up next, the pride of Portugal, Vitor, going up against Clown. And this is a really interesting matchup. You have one of the players who's made World Finals the most out of anybody, a 4-time World Finalist on the side of Vitor from 2020 all the way through 2023, every single World Finals in that run. And then Clown, who, as we said before, has been right there. Let's take a look at game number 1.
Clown cycling the Skellies. Both players just kind of waiting right now. Bomber in response from Vitor. Clown, Skellies, Barbarrel, Tesla. You have to assume maybe Hog, Drill, and right there, Vitor going aggressive. Lightning as well with the Loon, and that's out of the range of the Tesla. Not exactly sure what Clown's answer is, and he's just going to tank that damage.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Clown. And, you know, I guess part of him is going, who the heck is running Balloon right now?
Yeah. I mean, that is just brilliant recognition. You know there's a good enough chance. Tesla is definitely the tower that's been used over and over today and yesterday as well. So if you are going to predict your opponent to use Tesla, think that it's okay to put the Tesla in the middle. I mean, Vitor is just, he's one of a kind. His thought process is so strong, so intelligent.
So forcing the fight onto the left-hand side as Clown does not want to give any more lightning value to that right-hand tower as much as he can avoid it. Hog in. Now, this is the other question, though, is what does Vitor have to stop Hogs as this game goes on? Was that going to end up being a loud shout into an empty room from Vitor to open up?
Yes. Wow. Okay, so he is going to be running Lava Loon. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was just going to be one of those crazy decks, but instead the Lava Hound does make sense. Princess Tower cleaning up the Skellies, but not before they get the tower down to 1393. And we almost have a tie ball game heading into double elixir.
Lava Hound tanks the Tesla. Loon in. Furnace going to work on the Balloon as well. Lightning clears. Back to Tesla one more time. And you love the idea with the arrows. Good job on the Furnace to clear, but still damage in. Now the question is, does Vitor have anything to stop these Hogs? There's going to be at least 2 hits here. And the answer really is not much, as the lead goes back and forth for our now 4th lead change.
Yeah, and one thing to note is that Vitor has set himself up in a cycle where he does have the Evo Valk. Guards plus Evo Valk should be able to defend relatively easily. And Vitor is just looking to get one final push. Get the tower before your opponent has the chance.
And the Evo Baby Dragon slowing things down, and that might be enough here, as that's going to explode. Get on tower, 4 HP, arrows will do it. Has to stop this Hog. And Lightning finishes things off, and Vitor taking advantage early. And, you know, Josh, I said it might end up being a loud yell into an empty room, but really ended up being maybe the critical factor. If Vitor doesn't get that opening connection, my suspicion is that we have a Clown victory here.
Yeah, certainly an opportunity for that to happen. Clown, I really liked his defense. I really loved his offense. I think that should be a relatively difficult matchup for Clown. Only has the Tesla, only has the Furnace in order to stop those Lava Hound pushes, but he was spacing them out properly. He was getting offensive pressure, forcing out Valks, Bombers, Guards, not allowing the right pushes. If Vitor wasn't so strong, so intelligent, so quick early on to recognize that, it would have spelled trouble for him for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the damage of that balloon that got through past the Tesla right out the gate, got it down to 1,200 HP, right? And so we're talking about a game where at the end, Vitor had only 700 something on that left-hand tower, and Clown, like you said, doing a good job of creating pressure and also doing a good job of recognizing that Hogs on their own could pretty much get some damage on that left-hand side, right? So really only had to spend 4 elixir repeatedly to continue to keep himself in that game. But now this is one of those ones where we're not quite to the best of 5 phase yet. This is one of those ones where I love it when we do get to the best of 5s, right? Lava Loon, if you see the same thing later, right? Winning a Lava Loon early, great in the best of 3, obviously, because it leaves a ton of things open. But as we get to those best of 5s here, you go, oh, look at how little I used to leave so many options open for the championship games. Either way, this was a best of 3, though. So Lava Loon played by Vitor to success in game number 1. Clown going with the Hog Mighty Miner plus the Lightning deck. Let's go ahead and go into game number 2.
Yeah, and I do like Clown's deck for game number 1. Definitely not a huge fan of the Hog EQ, but Hog Lightning, it doesn't even really matter what variant. It's so powerful right now in this meta.
And that's only Clown's second time running Hog this weekend. Ran it yesterday in his opening matchup against Arden Toas. Got the victory running a Hog recruits. Basically running the dual lane Piggies deck, but with Hog Rider instead.
Beautiful prediction right there from Vitor, allowing the Berserker to take it almost completely out. Mortar's going to get one final shot, take out most of the Spear Goblins, but we have one running down the lane.
And Evo Witch in response to the Skeleton King. So both of these troops taking advantage of dying skeletons. One of the more interesting mechanics that's come into the game of finding a way to turn dying skeletons into something more interesting.
Yeah, now that Evo Witch is balanced, or at least relatively balanced, I have to be careful about how I word that sentence, just in case there's certain people watching. And now that it's like fairly balanced, I think it's such a brilliant idea and such a crazy cool card. I really love the idea behind it.
Miner. Snowball to try to clear that minion horde. But this just lets that Miner go to town.
Yeah, really brilliant timing from Vitor. He's allowing the minion hordes to get, I don't know if it was 2 swings or 3 swings from the minion horde, but you allow it to target the Goblin Hut, then you get the Snowball down, then they're far away enough that the spawn Spear Goblins start taking out the minion horde. That timing right there, it was so small, so perfect, and so many people would have had the opportunity to just lose the game outright if you don't get that timing down.
Snowball goes for the gather. Good stop with dropping the Berserker in there, and Berserker just taking care of all those ghostly skeletons. Mortar to the left-hand side. Counter push on the right-hand lane. This Mortar has to get picked up, and it does, by the Witch. Evo Witch on the opposite side from Clown. Clown did win with Mortar Skelly King, but it was a Skelly Barrel deck yesterday against Arden.
Yeah, and right here, Vitor has the opportunity to lose to this deck a second time. He already lost to this deck by Wallace, and Clown maybe recognizing that, seeing that the deck pool from Vitor might struggle against it, I love the concept of stealing a deck that your opponent has lost to previously. And that's what we're seeing from Clown right there, stealing Wallace's deck, making it his own.
Vitor gonna get Vines here on the left-hand side, but that's really gonna do almost more good than harm, as that lets him keep the Evo Witch ready to continue the pressure.
Yeah, and right there, Vitor, not a huge fan of the Giant Snowball plus the Vines. I mean, he used 5 Elixir, and that did no damage to the Evo Witch whatsoever. This spells almost certain doom from Vitor. I don't know how he's going to be able to get himself out of this one.
Miner goes to the back. Evo Witch does drop. Fire Spirit to clear, but Miner gets his chip damage, and chip turns to chunk as that left-hand tower down to 11:06 with 51 seconds left. Vitor needs to find a way to get some real drill damage. Clown, though, has so many strong responses to the drill.
Minion Horde placed at the bridge, even against the Princess Tower, even when the Fire Spirit gets the damage, it just still feels like it's getting value, still forces out a response. But right here, 3 Witches for Vitor, and both get taken out. That is a brilliant job from Clown to get out of that. Unharmed. He's unfazed.
And Vitor just going to recognize the situation and regroup for game number 3. After, like, as you said, 3 Witches, 2 of them Evo on the board.
Yeah.
And Clown able to, and that's, again, the Vines really are the get out of jail free card in a way. You know, they're like a mini freeze, but almost like better in many ways.
Mm-hmm.
And just absolutely destructive to the amount of elixir that was on the board. I mean, that's when you really think about it. Yes, there were other things that were on the board in that exchange. But when you think about the amount of elixir that got handled by just that Vines, it's the trade there is astronomical.
Yeah, and we talk about it all the time. We're like, Vines should not work against Witch. Like, part of the reason why we're seeing Witch have this resurgence is because Vines aren't really that effective. But in that one exact moment, he was so quick, had the perfect way to take everything out. I mean, Vitor should have been able to protect himself. He had the Evo Snowball, but it was just a brilliant job, brilliant timing to be able to take out the Witches. And that was pretty devastating. I know for a fact Vitor thought, all right, this is my one opportunity. I've done everything I can to protect myself. I have the right Evos in hand. This should work. And then it was just cleaned up just like that.
I mean, I'd have to go look at all the different pieces that were on the board and the elixir that was in the hole at the time. But that's 15 elixir that 3 elixir just basically was able to mow down. Obviously, it was because of the support of the troops that were already on the board. But you have like an even amount on the board pretty much, and then 3 elixir goes, hey, you're 15, gone. And that's almost a plus 10, a 10-plus swing elixir-wise. And that's why you saw Vitor just go, okay, no, I'm not coming back from that. Let's move on and go to game number 3.
Yeah. It was pretty unfortunate for him. And right there, just a great bounce back from Clown. And, this is, we're seeing some great gameplay today. I'm really loving what I'm seeing from the deck composition. There's so few times where I'm like, I would have rather seen this player do this. We saw it a couple times in the earlier rounds, but now that we're here, it's just these players have found the best decks, and they are willing to abuse it. They're willing to do whatever it takes. It doesn't matter, they'll use Lumberloon Freeze if they need to. It doesn't matter what the people are saying. They want to make it to the World Finals.
Vines out on both sides, Lightning out on both sides. And other than that, you have Clown having used Barb Barrel, Vitor with arrows gone, Snowball gone. So it's going to be Giant Snowball from Clown. Let's see what the full situation is. And I believe that's our first Spirit Empress of the day.
Yeah, definitely not seeing a ton of Spirit Empress these days. Vitor using the Fireball as well should pop the ability as soon as it gets into the range of the Princess Tower, and that is exactly what's going to happen.
So Vitor looking like he's going Royal Giant here for game number 3. I don't remember if Vitor has run RG at all this weekend. Looks like a no.
For a second, I thought he activated King Tower right there, but not going to be the case.
Yeah, that was close.
Vitor looking like he's going to be running RG. Clown on the other side looking like a Graveyard.
Snowball will make sure that that EWIZ doesn't get free damage. So 90 seconds away. Pretty even on the chips so far, 26-69 to 27-33. Pretty thin margins between these two.
Fisherman getting the pull, taking out the Goblin Hut, but not before the Goblin Hut has spawned either 2 or 3 Spear Goblins and another one coming down the lane. So really the Fisherman just not really getting any value right like that, but Monk on the other side, both players just kind of cycling until double elixir. This is where it's going to start becoming the real game, and both players are going to go on offense.
Empress gets to work on the right-hand side. Knight to the left, Fireball going to get some more chip on the right-hand side. So Vitor has both lanes going. And first
timing.
RG down, yeah.
Oh, and Brilliant Knight. Oh, no, it's not going to work. Okay, Brilliant Monk activation. That's going to allow the Bomber to take itself out, and Evo Snowball forced out. I mean, Vitor almost already back to another RG, plus he's going to have the Evo RG in cycle. Just a rough defensive situation for Clown, and he still almost gets a shot with that RG.
First Graveyard down for Clown. Fisherman going to work, plus some Skeletons to try to defend against it. This Graveyard's going to get some good damage, though. And just like that, Clown opens up a nice lead by about 300 and change, maybe 400 now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Vitor had the opportunity to go in. Never a bad idea to reset, though. And that's going to be the direction he chooses. Monk plus EWIZ plus RG, and then you just have the Furnace on the left trying to create havoc whenever you can. This is a great way to set up your offensive pushes.
80 seconds left. Or, yeah, 80 seconds left. Good connection on the right-hand side. Down to another RG Furnace. Going to work on the left-hand side, and that was a big connection as a Fire Spirit came out, 1637. So as we go into triple elixir, Clown has some work to do.
Good value from the Furnace, going to be able to clean up the entire right side. No counterattack coming in from Clown on the right side. And so 400, 300 HP difference between the two players, and Knight, Graveyard, Knight, Bridge.
And will that Fisherman pull the Knight far enough? It does not. Knight's still tanking, but no longer going to pressure that right side at least. Damage, but not enough for Clown. He needs to get back around and put on some real Graveyard pressure, but that's going to be hard for him to do in a meaningful way. Here we go. Empress on the right-hand side. RG goes to the left-hand lane.
Yeah, love the offensive pressure from Vitor, just trying to set up for that second RG push. Not going to happen. Instead, going to choose to go spell cycle, rest of game, needs to block at the bridge, and that's exactly why we're going to see the Monk placed in that moment.
Graveyard down, giant snowball to clear, does a decent enough job. Logs get out there, poison probably won't be enough. Skeletons trying to work. Can they do it? They cannot! And Vitor holds on for his World Finals dreams, winning by 268 HP and denying Clown a trip to World Finals once again.
Yeah, Clown looking off into the distance, trying to figure out if there was any other thing he could have done. I think what it comes down to is both players played that matchup really well. I loved what I was seeing from Vitor, and I honestly loved what I was seeing from Clown. You know, the offensive pushes were strong, getting the right poisons down, getting the good defensive poisons as well. But Vitor, just too smart, too good overall. And once he got that lead, he knew exactly how to hold on to it. when to go in with the RG pushes, and just like that, he was able to take the set.
And started things off with the really cheeky opening with the balloon to get past the Tesla and open up that lead, held on to it, and won by about 700 HP against the Hog Lightning deck of Clown. Clown firing back in a game where he was able to kind of run roughshod over his opponent. And then game number 3, kind of a tight one back and forth for a while. Neither player going to win condition until very late, and just able to hold off the graveyard pushes well enough and create pressure opposite direction. Will get Vitor moving forward one more step to getting another shot at what would be his 5th World Finals, joining Verified Air if he could make that into a 5th appearance. But he has a few more matches to go, and he'll await the winner of Hugo and Coco in a few minutes. Down to our top 5. And you know that Wallace and Viper just right now both going heavily over their decks for that upper final matchup. But now we turn our heads to match number 18 in this last chance qualifier. Hugo and Coco, as only one of them will be able to move on. And Hugo, you know, in our last matchup against Viper, you saw that kind of it was a blowout one way, blowout the other way, and then the tight one in game number 3. I'm really curious to see how Hugo kind of responds to adversity here, whereas Coco is the player who's taken the long route, right? If he already, let me go ahead and just double check the actual numbers of matches he's had so far. Coco has already played 4 matches in this competition. If he's going to go all the way, he has to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more wins. So Hugo has the 9-match route to Coco has the 9-match route to World Finals, which would be absolutely bonkers if he can pull it off. So right now, it almost feels like they're playing with different mentalities, right? Coco is every single game at this point is kind of like is a win in itself with how much he's been able to go through adversity this weekend. Whereas Hugo's trajectory kind of seems the opposite direction. He was riding high, and now has to make some course corrections.
Yeah, after winning the first round of the upper round, and then losing the second, it just puts you on such a brutal path right here. We have it. 90 minutes in,
Ooh.
We have our lucky drop. Everybody get out your phones, get the QR code scanned, and get your reward.
I'm getting mine right now. Hold on. Let's get mine up and running and see what I've got here. And I don't know if we'll keep that one up a little bit longer for everybody so they can get it. I'm going to claim my reward right now. And I have a lucky drop, and I'll wait. We'll see. I'll wait till we come back, and I'll do my lucky drop for those of you on camera. I'm curious in chat. Let us know what you get. I actually have not had chat open all day today. Let me go ahead and open up the chat for the first time now. And we'll see what everyone's saying they're getting. Let me pop that out here for a second so I can see everyone's stuff. All right, I see everyone out there trying to getting their lucky drops. And we'll go ahead and share. Let's see, I see 464 bats. Let me go ahead and do mine here. I got 1 star here. Let's go ahead and hit it. All right, I got the 2. Give me a 3, baby. Give me a 3. Oh, there we go. Hold on. And we're going to be on 2. Let's see what I get. 2,900 gold. Well, considering that
I use
I'm
my
almost
gold,
at 4 million. Hold on. I'm almost at 5 million. I'm hanging out at 5 million here. Let's see. In the chat, we see 7 Archer Queens from Indy Greven. What? That's crazy. 10 Rune Giants from Narrator. That's pretty sick. Bum Bum with 480 Elite Wildcards and a hilarious name there in the chat. Let's go 7 first Furnaces. Gracias Supercell says Quandle Dingle. Yo, y'all are coming in with the names today. Let me tell you. 29 Skelly Dragons for Demetrius. Aiden with a 5-star for the Evo Mega Knight. What? 28 Flying Machines. All right. 3 Champion Wildcards for Pavel.
You got the Evo Mega Knight? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, is that what he's saying? 9 Goblin Huts for luck. Wow. Yeah, maybe I didn't know that was there. Book of Books. Ooh, that's a big one for Hacker Mercy. Book of Books. So some pretty cool rewards here for a lot of you guys. Nice work. 50. I see 2 people with 50K Elite Wildcards. Whoa. That's actually that is crazy. Josh, what did you
Mighty
get?
Miners, 7 Giants. I got 29 Musketeers. I'm pretty content with that. I got a 2-star drop from it.
Okay. Well, we'll see our next one, but right now we have our next matchup, Hugo and Coco. And remember, everybody, we have more rewards coming today, so stick around, keep on watching. More rewards throughout the broadcast, including that very cool banner there at the very end. Another big drop coming your way very soon. But right now we're about to jump into our Hugo-Coco matchup. As soon as they're ready to go, I see a book of epics. I see 30 goblin machines. King Nove with 104 spear goblins. Rip King Nove on that one. But unless you really needed some spear gobs. But congratulations either way. A champion, a champ wild card. Yeah, you probably did not need, especially that quantity of spear goblins. Let's go ahead and jump in to this elimination matchup. Coco, top of your screen. Hugo at the bottom. Let's go. All right, so our first truly slow start of the day. And Hugo going to go ahead and get a chefed up furnace on the board. Machine behind furnace. I don't think we've seen Hugo play any goblin machine yet. But we have an idea of what's coming behind it. And there you go. So let's see what Coco has for the Prince specifically. You got the cage out there. And the raged up Goblin Giant does not get on tower for anything meaningful here. That's just the Vines damage, 2977. As the minions... Coco opts to avoid the little chip damage from the minions and fall behind by about 2.5 elixir. 2.25 maybe. So let's see what Hugo opts to put in the back. Goes opposite direction in his strong side with the furnace.
Yeah, some solid defense from Coco so far. Good bomber timing as well. Not going to be able to splash, but this one might. And no, wow. Again, the bomber putting in work. Not used to seeing that.
And now we got the Evo Goblin Giant to the right-hand side. Level 12 machine behind it. Prince goes and is going to pop that cage really fast. That Prince was absolutely devastating. Now Hugo deep in the second level. Some opportunistic minions on the right-hand side. One of them gets chefed up, forces the NATO out one more time, and Coco is in deep trouble early.
Yeah, I love those creative pushes. The minions at the bridge, knowing your opponent is going to have to spend a NATO. I mean, and not only did you get damaged, not only did you force out the NATO, but now they don't have the right cycle. The Goblin Giant putting in work once again, taking out the Baby Dragon and almost taking out the tower as well.
Yeah, Coco just in too much trouble here, and that was... You know, one of my questions I asked right as the game started was, how does Coco manage the Prince? And we saw the Prince go opposite lane, pop the Evo cage. The Evo cage had nothing, had no ability to help hold the defense. And Coco loses game number 1. Hugo, smart call here and gets himself one win away from that next stage.
Yeah, when players aren't using the Goblin Giant Goblin Machine deck in every single set, and they're just using it sparingly, whenever they pull it out, it's just an automatic win. I love using it from Hugo right there. It was just way too easy. And yes, he played well, but it was a little too easy for him to get that win. You know, we might be seeing some balance changes on a couple of those cards in the upcoming months.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see how that one shakes
we'll
out.
See.
So can Coco keep it alive and try to take the long route here? I believe that's his only time running E-Giant on the weekend. Let me just double check that before I log that one in the books. But yeah, that is his first time running E-Giant and comes out with the L on this one. NATO, Bar Barrel, Lightning all gone as the spells in that one. To the triple small spell of Hugo's side with the Rage, Bar Barrel, and the here's a question for you, Josh. Do you consider Arrows and Earthquake and the 3 elixir spells, and we'll include the Vines here as well, do you consider them small spells?
I consider anything that does under 150 HP. Basically, Earthquake is my cutoff. I think
Sure.
Earthquake is a big spell, and then anything that does less damage to the tower is considered a small spell.
Okay. So it's not 100% elixir driven for you there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just value that you could potentially pull off with a spell.
Well, so there you go. Triple small spell for Hugo, as we now have that designated properly by Joshua A.C. Sharon. And Vine's gone. So what is that, thinking about all the things that Vines do right now? Bar Barrel out, Vines out. Obviously, there's still some other Giant Snowball still there. Log is still there. But when you think about Vines being gone, is there anything in particular that you feel gets a big buff once Vines is already out of a dual mode match?
I mean, definitely. Probably just one of the heavier decks. The P.E.K.K.A decks, the P.E.K.K.A Ram Riders, the Mega Knight Ram Riders. Potentially even just Goblin Giant, Goblin Machine from your opponent. I think all those kind of get a pretty massive buff once Vines is out of the picture.
Well, here we go. Game number 2. Hugo with match point and a chance to move into the top 4 for this competition. Miner to the safe spot. Hugo looking like a Royal Giant. So Mortar Miner versus RG.
Yeah, we've seen this matchup. Obviously, definitely different variations. It looks like Coco might be using that Minion Horde Berserker deck as well. It's basically those two decks are just dominating the tournament. But instead, Coco going to go probably a little bit more what we're seeing often. But no, the Minion Horde, again, Minion Horde has shockingly been one of the best cards of the tournament.
Well, you think about a universe where you don't see as much Poison and Fireball and Arrows, right? Where they're with the... And you almost might wonder, hey, is the fact that Vines is so popular... Is that reducing how often we're seeing the classic spells that would erase a Minion Horde from the board? Here, in this case, Hugo is running a Fireball deck, which will help him at least mitigate some of that Minion Horde problem.
Yeah, it definitely plays a factor. But it's also interesting because even though once Vines... Basically, you want Vines to be an option for your opponent. And so he kind of just waited to use this deck until Vines were out of the picture, which kind of makes it funny that he's using the Minion Horde now. But especially with the Dark Goblin, the Goblin Gang, Minion Horde, it just looks like a very solid deck from Coco.
And a couple good reflections there from the Monk. Fireball to clear once more.
Great placement from the Minion Horde. I expected at least 2 or 3 of them to get splashed. Not going to be the case, just one of them. So beautiful job from Coco right there.
Lots of DPS to clear this RG. Log comes out. And Gang should prevent anything there, and it does. Miner, Goblin Gang push, and what a great Miner. You think about that. I mean, you could say also a great catch from the guards may be better, but I thought that Miner was going to get a little bit more support to break through and create some damage on the second level with the Log out of cycle, but doesn't happen.
And right here, without looking at the towers, I thought this was going to be 1,500 HP left from both of these players. Neither one of these players given up pretty much any damage so far. We're 3 minutes into this game, and the lowest tower is 2758. Just a defensive battle from both players.
And you kind of think about this for a second, right? That with the log out of cycle, that miner that went to the guards with the gang behind it plus the berserker, you wonder if the vines there would have been a game changer. Skelly King ability pops. Some skeletons do get on tower. 90 seconds left, and no one is really taking control here yet. RG has not gotten to that second level. Hugo does have Fireball and Log, but has to make sure he doesn't get too aggressive too early and open up opportunities for a big minion horde push. Double
Right
Evo
here
down the
with-
left-hand lane.
We finally see the push that Hugo has been waiting for. The log is kind of suspect just because, you know, you're not making it to the tower. Using the log right there, it's just going to force a reset for you, which is really never a problem. You still have the baby dragon, but that baby dragon getting that final splash changes a lot. Had it not gotten that, that might have been game for Coco because of how much elixir, how many troops he would have had on the board.
2,300 to 2,109. Keep in mind, Hugo has 2 spells that can get right on tower. Coco just has the vines. Coco, and that's a big reflection there to get Hugo back in it. Fireball going to go to the mortar, try to get the RG on tower. Does not get the shot.
Yeah, had to place the fireball just one tile lower. That would have been able to catch 2 or 3 of the minion horde minions. It would have changed the game instead.
Oh my.
Coco wins it.
And the minor vines at the end. Hugo not able to control the minion horde at the bridge, and what was a very tight game in the final 15 seconds gets absolutely blown away by Coco to continue along in our last chance qualifier.
I think Hugo has to be kicking himself right there. That fireball, I could get behind getting the fireball on top of the tower and the mortar, but right there, if you're going to go just the mortar, you have to place it as close to the middle of everything that you can. It would have caught 3 or 4 of the minions. That would have changed the game dramatically, and you know, that's definitely the biggest mistake I've seen from him in this tournament so far.
Well, and his final mistake as well, as that was the end for Hugo in this last chance qualifier. Went very far in the competition, but far is not good enough today, as there are no points. There are no silver tickets. There is just one entry to World Finals. And for those of you who haven't yet, make your plans. World Finals, October 31st to November 2nd, as part of DreamHack in Atlanta. This is going to be the most unique World Finals we've ever had. Every single year, World Finals has been its own private event, separated from the rest of gaming. But this time, we're going to be right in the thick of it, right in the mix, in the heart of competitive gaming for DreamHack. It's going to be an absolute blast, so come enjoy Clash Royale League. Clash of Clans World Finals is there as well, and all that DreamHack has to offer in the great city of Atlanta. Going to be a whole lot of fun. Get your tickets now and come join us there, as you're going to see the best Clash Royale. And in my opinion, Josh, I've said this before, but this 12-player format I think has done a really good job, and especially when you have the mixture of golden tickets and points and the pressure that trying to get that seeding put on. This is one of the best World Finals lineups we've ever had, especially when you think about how it's spanned high-level competitors across different generations of Clash Royale.
Yeah, and it rewards different players and different things. It rewards consistency. It rewards being able to get those golden tickets. I love the entire setup of just of everything, and I love the opportunity to go out to Atlanta and be a part of just history, be a part of DreamHack, be a part of everything else. It's certainly going to be a blast.
And it's really, you look at the lineup that we have so far for World Finals. Of course, we have our Clash Royale Champions Cup player. And sorry, that was game number 2. I don't know why I was saying that, acting like that was game number 3. Looking at a few different things, a little bit of a brain slip there. Game 3 on its way. But when you look at the World Finals lineup, Ian is the presumptive number 2 right now. Every other player except for Ian and the Clash Royale Champions Cup qualifier from China has been to World Finals before, so tons of experience there. Will one of these two be joining them in their either first or second appearance?
Hugo stealing the deck of the tournament, of the day. I love this deck choice. You know, sometimes you just have to abuse the meta, and it's clear that we're going to be seeing a lot more of this deck, whether it be on ladder, whether it be in tournaments. Man, Minion Horde, Skeleton King, Gob Gang, just such a dangerous combination.
And Fireball from Minion Horde once again. Now this is that Lumberjack variation of the Ram Rider Bridge Spam deck. So a few, really only one target for the Fireball for Coco.
Yeah, it's basically, but the Witch gets played as well. Interesting change up to from what we've been seeing. I don't mind that. I like the idea of the Evo Witch being placed inside this deck.
Mega Knight. Raged up should be enough to clear a lot of this with the Fireball and support.
Huge value from that Fireball right there. Hugo going to clean everything up, going in with Berserker. Zappy's in the middle to slow everything down, and going in with the pressure. Ghost at the bridge.
And Ram Rider with a big connection on the left-hand side, going to open up the scoring. And so far, Hugo has not found any real way to do significant damage. Coco putting some pressure on both lanes.
Lumberjack going to walk to the opposite lane. Bridge Ghost going to be able to try and take that out. Berserker a little bit late, though. And that Mortar is going to lock onto the tower, get a little bit of damage.
Pressure met by the Mega Knight. Zappy's really staying on, and this is one of the big questions as we continue along is, you know, Hugo so far has not shown us any sort of big spell, and I don't anticipate that he will. Or at least not one that has the wide coverage. And how does he deal with Coco's ability to just kind of abuse those? But here's a big chunk from Hugo.
Yeah, right there evens the game out by quite a bit. Witch is going to walk, though, so that Ghost is going to get a shot on tower. Takes the lead back is Coco. Beautiful rage.
Wow.
And wow, the Skeleton King late. The Gob Gang to try and take it out. Mega Knight gets another shot, and that tower is down to 1189, and all of a sudden, now Coco's going same lane potentially.
And it's arrows as the spell, so Zappies will survive that, continue to be supportive, but this has turned into an absolute back-and-forth slugfest. And that
Fireball
Royal
out of
Ghost,
cycle.
wow.
And he doesn't push it off properly. That Royal Ghost gets another 2-3 shots. Coco spell on top of the tower. It's over. All of a sudden, Coco able to do it, gets the reverse sweep. And all of a sudden, Hugo, after a phenomenal day one, going 2-0-2-0, struggled at day two. And Coco advances on in the next round.
And I may have called it early, but I did call it right. Coco with the overall match victory and moving along to the next one. I got a lot of windows up here going on, folks. I got 4 screens all at once with all the information we're holding on to. Either way, Coco continues along and will fight at least one more time. And this is kind of a crazy, crazy run that Coco's on. Let me go ahead and just refresh that. 5 matches down. 4 to go if he wants to be our last world finalist. So 4 wins so far this weekend. And yeah, Josh, talk us through the decks as this one progressed.
Yeah, so game number 1, we saw Goblin Giant, Goblin Machine just wreak havoc. Coco, just it felt like he never was given an opportunity. I thought Hugo did an incredible job game number 1, applying a ton of pressure. I believe we didn't see the Lightning or the E-Giant from Coco. Just never had an opportunity. Game number 2, it got swapped. Then Coco applying pressure properly. It really came down to one decision. If Hugo places the fireball just one tile lower, one tile to the left, it could be a 2-0 sweep, and we're just singing Hugo's praises. Instead, not the case. Coco wins a close one, game number 3, and really it came down to mistakes. He let the ghost lock on. He got the fireball, or he just didn't apply enough pressure, didn't get the activation of the Skeleton King's ability to provide really any value. And when we got into the game, I loved the Evo Witch. Leaving the game, I would have liked to see him just stick with what works. I think the Evo Dark Goblin could have provided a ton of value, staying away from the Zappies, staying away from the Lumberjack, getting a ton of value. There's a reason why people have been using the other variants, and the Evo Witch just didn't provide enough value.
So here we go, taking a look at the bracket after that last matchup, as we are now down to our final 4. And once more, the journey of Coco here, taking the win against Samuel and then losing to Vitor. He'll face Vitor once again in this elimination lower bracket semifinal. Then the win against Arden, win against Riley, win against Hugo. What a run for Coco so far in this competition. Overall, 4-1, 64% win rate, 9 wins, 5 losses in games. And the most used card, usage rate for Coco in this competition, 35% use rate for Golden Knight. That has been his top used card so far across all these games. Only a 40% win rate with the Golden Knight, but that has been the number 1 card for him so far. Top use of win conditions, Hog Rider, in 14% of his games.
So you said he's used the Golden Knight 35% of his games?
Yes, sir.
Wow. So he's just using it every single set, and the one time where he only had 2 games in his set, he used it basically. That's wow.
He's Golden Knighting like crazy. The most common evolution for him is going to be the Tesla. Used it 28% in 28% of his games. He has only used the Princess Tower. He has not used any of the other towers so far. Now, on the other side of things, for his opponent, Vitor, in this one, Vitor's most used card, Berserker, used in every set for Vitor. So he's been really heavy on that one. The Valk and Baby Dragon, his most popular Evos, and he has spread it around. He's used the Princess, the Cannoneer, and the Chef, all as the Tower Troops. So very interesting, though, that the Tower Troop for Coco, even though he's played more games than anybody this weekend, has been exclusively Princess the entire way through.
Yeah, and we've been seeing a lot of success with other Tower Troops, too. It's not like he's the only one who's just kind of sticking to the plan that he's always had. It just feels like, you have the opportunities to use the Cannoneer. You have the opportunities to use the Chef. So it's a very interesting point, especially with how many games he's played, that he just sticks with the Princess Tower. He sticks with what he knows will work. Yeah, that's something definitely that was really great to point out.
Well, it's interesting, too, when you look at some of the Evos they've used so far, and this is for Vitor over only 3 matches. I think only 8 games so far played. But when you look at the Evos that Vitor has used so far, hold on, I had it up just one second here. He's leaned heavily on Valkyrie and Baby Dragon, but hasn't touched Evo Tesla, has used Giant Snowball in its Evo form in a very limited fashion. Whereas, and maybe it's also just a factor of playing 3 matches versus having played 5, I think nearly every Evo has been covered so far by Coco. Maybe not Evo Knight in that one, but he has really kind of spread the love around, if you will.
Yeah, Evo Knight, definitely kind of difficult to use in your decks. It basically only works with Graveyard. I can't remember who played it, but a couple matches ago they ran the Evo Knight, and I was just like, okay, boom, this guy's running Graveyard. So yeah, Evo Knight, it's relatively strong, but it definitely feels like a C tier evolution in my opinion.
And Vitor used this same deck against Coco for a win when they first met. This should be Royal Hogs. So we'll see if he's able to run that back. That was against a Mega Knight drill deck from Coco. Obviously, Coco not running that here.
Yeah, this Mighty Miner Royal Hogs Lightning deck is so strong. Coco blowing the hair out of his eyes and, resets in life and in the game.
So Coco once again going to the favorite Evo of his through this one, or favorite of Evo troops in the Valk. And that might get a swing here.
Wow.
Wow. Indeed.
That slowdown is just I mean, I need to learn the stats on that because it feels like it's minus 98% to the troop speed. That
pretty
Berserker,
crazy.
it's supposed to be very fast, and it's I gotta be honest, I think I'm a little bit fast in that.
And wow, the baby dragon turns away and gets a ton of damage for Vitor, who throws the piggies behind it and finds to help. One pig escapes, and Vitor is just exploding with damage on the right-hand side, down to 1100 HP.
Yeah, huge interaction for Vitor. Coco trying to get the vines on top of the baby dragon, not going to work. And so it just kept coughing up fireballs on top of the tower, getting it all the way down to 1100.
Cannon does its job. And a little Vines plus Evo Valk combination. But Coco just hasn't found the way, and here we go. First graveyard in as we enter sudden death. And this is right. He has to start getting these graveyards going if he's going to make up the time. I don't think this is the situation where you can wait until triple to still have a shot on this one.
Yeah, that cannon put in
Oh,
work
boy.
on top of the graveyard. Going all in as Vitor needs to get the lightning down. He does, catches the Berserker and the Goblin Gang. The Valk is too high with the help of the Baby Dragon, taking out the Valk. I think it might have got a spit on top of the tower, and that tower is all the way down to 53 HP.
This is the last gasp here for Coco in game number one. He throws the vines on, the lightning gets there in time, and Vitor staring defeat right in the eye as those skeletons are trying to starting to pile up on the tower, and the lightning hits. Coco could have done the funniest thing ever if he'd found some way to block that lightning, but instead ends up taking the L here in game number one. And man, that baby dragon, that 1 HP, that half HP baby dragon, just stayed alive. There was once there was some tankage in front of it, it stayed alive forever. And if you're Coco, you're like, will you please die? Just go away. But not able to make it happen instead. Almost able to steal it right back. But he takes the loss in game number one. Vitor now with match point.
Yeah, I'm trying to refresh the page so that way I can see what Coco potentially had in hand. Because, I mean, that would have been hilarious. But I guess there was really no real opportunity. I mean, you have the Bar Barrel, Berserker, Goblin Hut. So maybe you could have gone like a very quick Goblin Hut plus Berserker. But at that point, you're looking at 7 Elixir. That's too much. And Vitor, he wasn't worried. I was worried. I don't know about you, but it looked like there was a lot of damage coming on that tower.
Well, but the way that those skeletons can all come together and just just go bye-bye. And you're just looking at that going like, oh, if that was an extra like 1.5 seconds, that tower might be dead, right? Yep. So you're looking at that, you're seeing a group of piranhas swarming on the cow. And it felt closer than it was, but definitely one of those ones where you want to make sure that lightning's hitting.
Yeah, and so Vitor with a brilliant match number one, the Baby Dragon Royal Hogs. I love that deck. Definitely a top 5 deck of the tournament. And, I mean, Vitor just has a lot of confidence right now, playing so well.
So first time they matched, Vitor opened up with a different deck, but did run that exact same pigs with the Mighty Miner Evo Baby Dragon Lightning deck. He played the Goblin Giant Evo Witch with the Golden Knight in that matchup, and he played a GY Furnace Evo Valk deck. So we'll see if he's mixing up his progressions or sticking with what worked last time, as he's going to go drill here.
Guards for the defense. Coco guards plus Prince. It's either going to be Goblin Giant or or Golem at this point. And wow, with the help of the Rage, the Prince actually makes it to the Goblin Hut. And a wasted Berserker. Everybody was holding their breath. We all would have done the same because it really looked like that Prince was going to get a stab.
Yeah, that's maybe one of the scariest things in the game is the how many ticks does a Prince actually have, Prince. Yeah. And also, big thing to note here, Coco in this one running a tower troop. So something we have not seen from Coco going through the entire competition without running tower troops, now running the Royal Chef.
Yeah, so usually it doesn't swap up the playstyles too much, but you know, you do have to wonder after playing an entire weekend, no differing tower, is it going to be kind of a change where maybe he doesn't play the matchup exactly correctly because he's not used to the tower? We're gonna have to see how he wants to how he plays this.
And the minions will get ahead of the Goblin Giant. Arrow clears the bomber, but the minions taking for the Goblin Giant rather than the other way around, but the raged up big green guy will get a few stabs there, down to 24-31, so nearly evens things up.
So Prince should be coming out from Coco, exactly what's going to happen. Berserker plus Valk going to work on the Prince, and Prince all the way down to 30% health. Vitor has to feel pretty good about the lack of Prince on the board at this point. Although, wow, this could be dangerous, but no, going to clean it up with an Evo Valk.
Yeah, and that's one of those ones where you're just like, okay, the Evo Valk, the defensive power, the defensive ability, so dramatic. I think maybe that's the biggest thing when I think about the Evo era of Clash Royale. You know, some people call it arcade mode, but just the big swing ability of some of these troops that create some dramatic moments it's certainly not lacking in fun from a viewership perspective.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's really, really enjoyable to watch. And right here, pretty clean defense. Bar Barrel to take out the Prince. Does not stay alive, but the Bomber will kite the Goblin Machine to perfection. Coco's towers both at roughly 2100 HP. Vitor's only tower that's touched at 2100 HP, so close game so far.
And Goblin Giant get pushed past that tower. Wow. Great work by the use of the Goblin Machine, but Evo Snowball to clean up. And that's something Vitor's doing a really good job of, is managing his Evos for these defensive plays. It's going to leave him without a giant snowball to support this drill, though. Coco sets up the machine in the back.
Bomber takes out the Evo Witch. Goblin Hut set up once again. We saw this in a previous set where the defensive drill player just kept defending, and never had the opportunity to attack. We're kind of seeing a similar thing right here. But there's something about the way Vitor is defending. He's still getting opportunities to make it to tower.
And where does he drill to here? Does he drill to the front? There he goes. And Goblins don't get on. Poison will get its work done. Vitor with the lead, 35 seconds left. That Poison opened up a pretty nice one. Coco probably has to break through here.
Snowball plus Berserker going to be able to take out the entire push on the left side. Valk, another one, beautiful. And a good Barbell plus Poison. I mean, this is a defense to perfection. And now you've got a 20% health Goblin Hut. You've got 18 Spear Goblins on the board. This is absolutely beautiful from Vitor.
Yeah, just so patient, so clean. And you saw Coco there with, in that last 30 seconds or so, the only big push he had a chance for was a non-evoed push. and then you saw him kind of desperation throw an Evo Goblin Giant at the bridge, and that just got absolutely evaporated quickly. There was no support for it, no chance to break through, and Vitor absolutely shut it down. And what a great performance from Vitor to move himself into our lower bracket final. Top 3 for Vitor. He ends what was an absolutely heroic run for Coco, going through 6 matches and just could not continue. It's one of those crazy to go 4-2 and to end where he ended. Still, you have to give so much respect with the wins over Samuel, Arden, Riley, and Hugo today for Coco. But it's Vitor who now will find himself just a few wins away from that trip, as he'll now go down to our lower bracket final and await the loser of Wallace and Viper. And if you look at the path for Vitor, that includes 2 wins on the weekend over Coco.
Yeah, I mean, Coco, if Vitor wasn't in this competition, it looks like Coco would have been able to run away with it. Instead, he found his nemesis, and Vitor, again, I mean, he's one of those players where you know his name, you know he's talented, but you're like, all right, well, do I expect that much? Do I expect him to win? Do I expect him to finish top 3 in the World Finals? And you kind of think to yourself, well, you know, I could see it, but is it likely? I'm not sure. Today, Vitor looks like he wants to win. Yes, he already lost earlier today to Wallace. In fact, he got swept, but still able to recover, able to beat Clown 2-1, able to sweep Coco, beat him for a second time. The fact that he's able to reset his emotions, not get too overworked from that, I mean, just all the props in the world to Vitor, and easily looking like a World Finals contender.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, for sure. Looking like he has that capability here. And taking a look at our next matchup for Wallace and Viper. Both guys still up in the upper brackets that have not faced off today. So let's turn our focus to that upper bracket final. Of course, the winner will be just 1 match win away from World Finals, both of them having been there in the past. Viper with only the lone appearance in the biggest of our World Finals, that 2021, where 32 players made it, and they had that round, that first round. I'm trying to remember how far Viper made it in that one. He was knocked out in the first round there. Lost to Hajime, who then went on to lose to Igor, as Igor made his run for the top 3 in that competition. But this is a guy in Wallace who's been here a lot of times, who's also had stage experience as well. And now we start getting to that conversation, right, where Vitor has been there on stage so many times. Wallace has appeared on stage. Viper, it would be, if he's able to make it, I don't know if he played any live events in Europe throughout his career, but it'd be his first time under the bright lights of CRL.
Yeah, I gotta say, especially after this weekend and what we've seen, I mean, having the 3 finalists be Vitor, Wallace, and Viper, this is kind of what you want. You know, there's a couple other players that you could easily make a case for. You know, you have the Samuel Basotos, you have Riley, but these 3 players, I mean, they've shown it time and time again. They've been in the World Finals, a couple of them, and, you know, I gotta say, I'm so happy to see that these 3 players have made it here.
Well, let's go and turn our focus now to our upper bracket championship, and looking at some of the usage rates for Wallace and for Viper. Wallace on his side, the most used cards, Berserker, Lightning, and Barbarian Barrel, all at that 37% use rate. His most used Evos, the Tesla and the Furnace, and he has played some Cannoneer, but mostly the Princess Tower. On the other side of things, when we look at our work from Viper, lots of Skellies, lots of guards, lots of cycle cards overall for him. Evo, Baby Dragon, and Furnace, what he's leaned on, and a little bit of Royal Chef, but mostly Princess Tower here. And we're getting into our BO5s. Let's go ahead and get ready for that. We have a quick interview with Wallace, who is one of our upper bracket finalists.
Very confident. I'm training a lot. Like, really, this week is it's the week of the of the year for me. I have to go really well this weekend. I'm really confident qualifying again. There's a lot of fans that are cheering for me, and I have to do well. I'm going to go well.
And Wallace definitely excited for this last chance qualifier as he's going to jump in against Viper in a few minutes. You know, Josh, when I talked to you about sort of Viper's deck proclivities, it's interesting where most of our players, the most used cards, obviously cycle cards and spells have been in there, but skeletons, guards, electro spirit, lightning, like this has kind of been the top stuff here. A little departure from some of the players other players we've seen who've had kind of a signature troop up there, guards, I guess. What does that tell you about Viper as we go into this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely tells me a lot about Viper. You know, there's so many things with Viper, Wallace, and Vitor. Viper right now, it just feels like he's kind of at his peak. You know, it feels like he's very comfortable in this meta. I mean, we saw it in the previous set where he went 2-1. I mean, we didn't see him use Valk, Xe, or NATO. It feels like the meta is going well for Viper right now. He doesn't need to, but he can use what he's comfortable with. And it just feels like he's just ready for this moment, ready for this tournament.
Viper's only played 6 games so far this weekend, having started in that advantageous position. So he's 2-0 in matches, 4-2 in games. Wallace now in his 4th matchup of the weekend. And we'll see how much more variation there is to Viper's deck pool as we are seeing him play Archer Queen the first time.
Yeah, Wallace going back to the Minion Horde Miner Evo Mortar deck. Berserker played just a little bit too early, but because of the Vines, takes out the Spear Goblins, and now the Minions are going to chase the Berserker around the map, and it forces out a Berserker of his own on Wallace's side.
So both players slow down a little bit here. Wallace maybe heard me, decided to get the mortar out.
Archer Queen gonna clean that up very nicely. Good Skeleton King placement. Gonna lock onto the Miner, take the shots from the 8Q, and she's now gonna go invisible, take out the Skeleton King entirely, and we have it again. Miner Minion Horde at the bridge, forces out the rocket, but doesn't hit the Miner as well, so forces out the Berserker as well on Viper's side.
And that's interesting because that now tells Wallace one thing. I don't have to worry about the Viper deck at any point throughout this matchup.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point. He does have the opportunity to make a simple substitution with Fireball Lightning. Definitely one of those decks where you don't want to have to make that substitution, though. So it is going to be something to watch out for. Viper is quite clever, so we could see him try and pull that out. But actually, now that I think about it, yeah, the Valk as well. It's not going to... We're not going to see any Hog Xe NATO Valk.
And AQ pops the ability. Wallace doing a good job of making this messy so far. Lots of stuff out there. Yes, go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, just a beautiful Miner to catch the Ice Spirit, not allow that to put in work. Evo Valk going to stop the Minion Horde, but not before they take out the entire Goblin Hut and basically all of the Valk. So a brilliant Miner, and not one that many people would have done. That it just got so much value right there.
Miner to the back, trying to get some minions onto the tower. Goblin Hut forced out as the Berserker walked to the back and was dragging minions directly to tower. So it really looks like Wallace, again, I said, making this messy. And Viper's doing fine. He's holding on, and he's got the lead here even. But it feels like he's having to make some desperation plays to avoid big moments.
Yeah, right there, Wallace with one of his first mistakes of the game puts the Evo Wizard a little bit too high. AQ takes it completely out. Got pretty much zero value whatsoever, and it's going to force him to reset, try and get that Evo Wizard back in cycle.
AQ turns, should get one shot. Nope, Goblin Gang comes down to cover. Final 75 seconds. Viper does have minor rocket cycle. That is the... Oh, it does get one shot off. You can't be getting that shot get off, I feel like, if you're Viper here.
Yeah, I would have liked to see him. I mean, you have to. It forces out something right there. Minion Horde on top of the tower with the help of the Vines. I mean, the AQ going the wrong way is absolutely brutal for him. And the fact that there's just no troops, this Minion Horde is going to delete the Evo Valkyrie.
Yeah, look at that. And you can't. I mean, that was such a brutal. I mean, I guess there was more to it than that. But you're spending 6 elixir to take out 4. That taking out 4 doesn't even actually stop the damage from it. And you also have to imagine there's some tilting that happens there too when that exchange happens. But overall, this was just the Wallace story the entire way here against Viper, as he just, like I said, he made it messy, made Viper make awkward decisions and awkward plays, and takes game number 1 in this best of 5.
Yeah, you know Wallace's confidence is just all there when in the interview he says, I need to win. It's not like, oh, this is an opportunity for me. I'm grateful to be here. It's like, yeah, obviously I'm going to be at least at the last chance qualifier. Not surprised to see him start off game number 1. It's clear that he believes in himself, and game number 1 was kind of just representing that perfectly. Goes in with the deck that he's had a lot of success with. He knows that he could get sniped. He knows that his opponent could watch out for it. And it just doesn't matter. Starts off the set 1-0. I believe this should be a best of 5 as well. So it's just massive for him to get that confidence boost early on.
It is a best of 5. And when last time Wallace ran this deck against Vitor, he also ran that Hog Lightning deck with the Furnace, Tesla, and Mighty Miner. He's run that Hog Lightning deck twice so far today. So we'll see if he turns to it. Once again, this is a best of 5, so you have to make some maybe adjustments, thinking about game 4, thinking about game 5 as time goes on. But yeah, this is Wallace kind of. It's interesting, right? We're only into Wallace's 4th matchup of the day, and we're seeing a lot of deck repetition from him in this one. Whereas what we saw from Coco, going to a crazy deep deck pool before finally being eliminated here. Let's see if Wallace continues to go back to the well or move things around a little bit.
Both players waiting.
First time seeing Viper run Rocket in this competition. In that last game.
Wallace going to go back to the Royal Hogs Lightning. Although, not exactly sure if he's been running it, but we have seen it a ton of times during this tournament overall. Tombstone getting played. Very interesting.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if we've seen Tombstone today. But also that might mean he's trying to save. I mean, he did just play the hut, right? So looking like he wanted the same sort of idea, same sort of control. Does give you that only 3 elixir, so we'll let you make some more aggressive plays.
Both players just kind of waiting it out. They know what... I mean, we don't exactly know. Okay, so Viper is going to be running RG. It was still kind of up in the air if it was going to be lava, if it was going to be RG, if it was even going to be kind of a weirder graveyard fireball variation. But instead, electing to go with, with what is always going to be a solid deck. RG always has a lot of success in these kind of best of 5s.
Well, this is really interesting now, too, because while there are some good targets for that lightning, those zappies, again, we talk about things that you can abuse. And if Wallace is assuming that last card is lightning, zappies are going to be a nuisance.
Wow, and no chain right there. I think Wallace and myself both expected it to chain on top of the Fisherman. Wouldn't have been able to yank. I believe it was the Mighty Miner across the map. Tried to protect it with the Skellies, and now this is a problem. Yeah. Wallace, only 4 elixir.
Yeah, just so low. Skelly King pops the ability. Zappies were there slowing down the Baby Dragon. And even though this specific push isn't going to get insane damage, it gets a really, really good chunk, takes that tower down to almost halfway, and just makes Wallace have to think now as he's going to be down 3 elixir going into sudden death overtime.
Yeah, this is just a brutal for Wallace. He has to go against the Tombstone, plus the Furnace, plus the Skeleton King, plus the Fireball. I mean, this is not what he was hoping for. These Royal Hogs are just struggling to make it to the tower.
Ooh, but you do have a Piggy getting missed there. Bar Barrel comes out behind it. Little chip damage.
Should be able to protect this. I'd like to see the activated ability, and that is what's going to happen.
All right, this is a big push here. Fireball comes in to clear the cannon. Cannon right back around one more time. Will target the Royal Giant, but that Baby Dragon not really going to help as much as you would like. Does take some damage. Fireball not going to be needed, I don't think, on this push.
Wow.
As though they do get sped up, so Fireball forced out here from Viper.
Yeah, pretty massive for Wallace, at least giving himself an opportunity. Both towers down to just under 2,400 HP. And the cannon gets played down, trying to just apply as much pressure as possible. You're not really worried about losing because an RG at the bridge. You're already down 800. You need to make something happen, and so I love that he's going so aggressive.
Can he get back to a second set of Piggies? That Mighty Miner stayed on quite a while. Viper wisely does not Fireball on that one, knowing he's going to need at least one more Fireball to effectively defend. Defends the left-hand side here with all the troops on the right-hand lane. Wallace, you see a grimace there, knowing that this is pretty much over. Fireball comes out to clean, and that's going to be game number 2, all tied up. This best of 5 now turned into a best of 3.
Yeah, and such a good deck choice. One of the hardest matchup advantages, one of the most impressive decks that we've seen so far today. It's like he had a complete read on the situation, knew what Wallace was going to try and pull off game number 2. I mean, Skeleton King, Fireball, Tombstone, all 3 of those, you just need one. That's the thing. Going against a Royal Hogs cycle deck, you only need one of those, and he had all 3. It was the difference in the game, and then he just played a solid match overall.
And this is interesting, right? Because you think about deck progression stuff for Wallace, and he's kind of gone through two constructions he's leaned on a little bit over the course of this weekend. So I'm very curious to see where Wallace goes now, because also that Hog deck that's been so successful for him, the Hog Rider deck, not available, at least not in the same construction. So I'll have to think of a different way if he wants to go Hog Rider. And Viper, you know, I don't think that Viper's gameplay has been the cleanest throughout these matches, but he's done a really good job of kind of being unpredictable with his deck construction and taking advantage when he can. I think that's the big question as we go into games 3, 4, and 5 here, is can he keep that creativity up, and can he keep those nerves down as we get into the championship rounds, because we are guaranteed at least a game 4 here.
Yeah, I just kind of waiting to see. We know one of the decks that Viper is probably going to run. He's probably going to try and run that Goblin Machine, Goblin Giant deck. And I mean, you have to assume that Wallace is thinking that as well for his own deck pool. We have like 3 or 4 decks, and so many of them don't really overlap. It's as difficult as it usually is. It kind of seems like today might be just a little bit easier because we have the Evo Mortar, Evo Wizard, and you know it doesn't really work in a lot of other decks. The Goblin Machine, Evo Baby Dragon. It's kind of interesting that today might be just a little bit easier to go best of 5 than we've seen in other previous tournaments.
Viper going to bridge spam. We haven't seen Viper play bridge spam at all in this competition. That's his first P.E.K.K.A. That's his first Bandit. So definitely taking some alternate routes.
Ghost over the middle, predicting the Goblin Hut and predicting the guards as well was the Mother Witch. So I really like this offensive push. Mother Witch going to get a ton of value, even though it does get poisoned off the field.
And Viper is going to have to either choose to tank some damage or respond here. As you see him shake his head there, having to take both of those spears. Didn't like that at all.
Heal Spirit used. That's how you know we're in a best of 5.
Well, certainly, you know, you can see some concepts of where the Heal Spirit makes sense in a bridge spam deck, especially repopulating that bridge. But then you think also, when you look at Viper's most used cards, Viper has leaned on cycle cards more than the rest of this competition. So, or more than the guys who are still there. So not totally surprised to see him use a cycle card that is not as central. And here he goes. Mother Witch getting some good damage, and Viper opens up the first real lead as we hit double elixir.
Yeah, relatively clean defense from Wallace, but given a little bit too much value to the Mother Witch, allowing it to get, 2 or 3 piggies. And Goblin Hut just, I believe, a tile late, or just a second late right there, allowing the Bandit to target onto the Goblin Hut instead of one of the Spirit Goblins.
And classic Battle Ram, Heal Spirit kind of helps. Evo Valk doing a great job cleaning up there.
Yeah, really great Evo Valk right there. And then, oh my goodness, the left tower just within the range to be able to take out the Baby Dragon as well. And the Evo Valk, that is one of the more impressive Evo Valks I have ever seen.
Yeah, it did great work on both sides. Snowball gets some room, though, for Wallace. Wow. Wallace now, huge chunk on the right-hand side on a 1356. Viper playing from behind as we transition to our final 2.
Yeah, Wallace making an incredible play and then making kind of a rough play. Allows the Bomber to get taken out by the Ghost, and this should be relatively difficult. Forces out the Valk on defense, and now he has to worry about the Battle Ram on the left.
And the Vines making a split room, and look at that. Wow.
Yeah, I do not like those guards. It didn't really get any value whatsoever. It allows his left tower to get all the way down to 942. The guards needed to be placed on the left. Massive error from Wallace.
And this time the Ghost right there, perfection. 1036, 942, dual lane pressure for Viper. This is where bridge spam can get really dicey. Pressure on. Mother Witch creates a Piggy. Piggy gets rushed right to the tower. And that poison trying, hoping, but Wallace knows. GG. Game 3 to Viper. And Viper now has match point.
Yeah, beautiful job from Viper. Just controlled the tempo, controlled the pace, and Wallace just, he couldn't do anything. As soon as he made that one mistake with the guards, it was over just like that.
So now back to the drawing board. Let's take a look at the matchup here. And we've got some decent data, although most of it not with anything that looks quite like this. Kind of all over the place for this one. Bridge spam, though, just generally taking the win over that drill. And, you think about some of the pieces that are here, especially that Royal Ghost being such an easy way to pick things up. And you're not surprised to see, or at least I'm not surprised to see the matchup go this way, Josh.
Yeah, for sure. It just, Viper controlled the tempo, controlled everything. I mean, as different as P.E.K.K.A. Battle Ram is to Hog Xe NATO, it's a very similar play style. It requires picture-perfect defense and then just getting aggressive when your opponent just doesn't have the right answer. It requires a real lock on your opponent's cycle and elixir count. And it's very similar to P.E.K.K.A. Battle Ram in that instance. And he was just able to overwhelm and played it to absolute perfection.
So Viper now with match point for the remainder of this best of 5 as we're about to go into our championship rounds here. Game number 4 upcoming. And this is where we say these analysts, these coaches really start to earn their keep is trying to come up with the right solutions to a Game 4 and potentially a Game 5. Game number 1, it was Viper with the Miner Rocket against the Mortar Miner of Wallace. Wallace taking the win after making it kind of messy. But games 2 and 3 now going to Viper. Viper with the RG deck against the Royal Hogs, and then now Bridge Spam against Drill. And, you know, thinking about the distribution of spells here, Viper has used Log, Rocket, Fireball, Barb Barrel, and Vines. Other side of things, Poison, Giant Snowball, Log, Lightning, and Vines. So Vines out on both sides here as we go into Game 4.
Wallace setting up with the Battle Ram. Viper going to defend that with relative ease with the Goblins and the Golden Knight. Wallace going to follow that up with a Lumberjack of his own.
And Wallace opting for that Lumberjack variation of Bridge Spam. And that's a little interesting move there from Wallace to throw the Barb Barrel out there, and maybe he was hoping to get the Barb Barrel ahead, but the raged up damage will take a nice chunk out of that right-hand tower as the first minute ticks away.
Yeah, it's a really solid Barb Barrel. It's always going to force out a response. So 2 Elixir that forces out a response and gets a shot on tower. Absolute perfection when you're trying to control how a match gets played.
Does this variation of Bridge Spam have the 6-man as well? I mean, we see the Cannon Cart, we see the Zappies, we know Fireball is out.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if it's Royal Recruits plus Arrows. Maybe as the last card. I'm trying to figure out he should have Arrows still available to him.
Arrow's not used yet.
Okay, just gonna stick with more the cheaper cycle Bridge Spam, which does make sense.
No Fireball for the Zappies on Viper's side. Does have the Evo Executioner. And this is our second time seeing Heal Spirit in this matchup.
Yeah, and right here, Evo Lumberjack on top of the King Tower. That's going to get it all the way down to about 2.2, 2.3. So King Tower will be something to look out for. And right there, 22-10 on the King Tower for Viper.
E-Giant counter push from Viper. Wallace going to decide to control both sides with the cannon in the middle. And avoids any damage.
Wow.
Full send, left-hand lane. Evo Inferno just going to burn things off the board fast. And there are a few targets for this Evo Inferno Dragon in this matchup.
Yeah, if you can protect it, keep it away from the Zappies, allow it to really get to work. This Evo Inferno Dragon is so strong. Right there, Zappies placed absolutely perfectly. Going to be able to take the Inferno Dragon, take the charge away, and Inferno Dragon not really a problem anymore.
And Wallace, maybe a little sigh of relief there because that Golden Knight nearly cleared the Zappies out. That could have been an absolute problem.
Heal Spirit not going to make the jump. 5 Elixir for 5 Elixir, and there's still a 100% healthy Evo Exi coming down the right side.
Yeah, we are seeing NATO Exi out of Viper. So we are seeing something we know he's good with overall. Here we go. Full Evo send on the right-hand side. Lightning trying to break that up, but the Evo Lumberjack keeping this one alive a little bit longer. And while it doesn't result in much, it does give a slight Elixir lead to Wallace. And really, that King Tower is still a pretty significant factor. If things hold as they are, Wallace will win due to that King Tower damage.
Yeah, I believe he needs just another push on top of the King Tower. It's just healthy enough where it shouldn't be a factor, but we will be seeing what happens as we get on into this game. No Golden Knight dash. I know that Wallace was worried about it. These Zappies are putting in work and finally is able to protect the Zappies right there. Beautiful Lumberjack in the middle from Wallace.
30 seconds left. Viper needs to get damage on tower. He might need to just get a lightning on that right-hand side. We might actually see, as he tries to defend all of this, if those Princess Towers are high enough, we might just see him lightning NATO that right-hand side. Has to stop this connection. NATO's no longer a factor. He has to drop the lightning to protect against his King Tower. Lightning is there, and he might win this.
Wow.
He's going to win this. Oh,
Wow.
my word.
Wow.
Viper with the last-second lightning. Wallace had no way to get on the King Tower, loses by 66 HP. Viper takes games 2, 3, and 4, and with an absolute theft in game 4, devastating for Wallace, and Viper will continue on in this competition.
I mean, you love to see it. He allowed a little bit of, quite a bit of King Tower damage early on, but recognized the matchup, recognized that his opponent didn't have any way to get damage, and then just kept it pushing. He was consistent with damage, trying to get just a couple hundred at a time. As soon as triple elixir hit, that's when he said, okay, now I need to get the lightning on top of the tower. Now I need to make sure that I'm ready to be able to take it at the very end. And split-second decision, just 2 seconds left on the clock, gets the lightning down, and Wallace just had no answer for it. He just could not stop it.
Yeah, that you have this big chunk of damage, and it was just the tiniest bit. And we're talking about the use of spells up to that point, and Wallace had already used Vines. He had already used Giant Snowball, so opts for no direct damage spell here in game number 4. And if he'd had a direct damage spell, if he'd had any small spell there that could get on King Tower, or any spell get on King Tower, those arrows you mentioned, for example, this game might have been game over for his direction, but he couldn't get that last chunk. Viper had it clocked perfectly, uses the NATO for defense, gets the lightning to steal that last bit of damage, and what an exciting ending to put Viper into the winner's bracket, to put it into the grand final. Viper's now one match away from World Finals, and Wallace has to regroup and go rematch against Vitor in the lower bracket final.
Yeah, Viper has to be feeling so good. He was the cutoff. Zobsam made it to the World Finals. He finished 11th. XOP Sam finished 10th, and so he's been pretty upset about that probably all weekend, all week, last month. But instead is able to collect himself. He has had himself a tournament. We take a look. He was already in the quarterfinals because of how well he's done overall. He went 2-1 against Clown, 2-1 against Hugo, 3-1 against Wallace. He's just putting away opponents, and he is just one set overall, has the chance for a reset, and then he's got to be feeling great.
Yeah, absolutely great. This is such a, and for someone who's been kind of out of the CRL conversation for a fairly long time now, right? After making World Finals in 2021, I don't think he's made a monthly final since then, right? He's done kind of okay in some qualifiers here and there, but has not really been a factor. He made it into the round of 32 a few times in 2023, but wasn't really able to break past that stage. And then finally here in 2025, and I have to wonder, I'm very curious if we'll get a chance to talk to him either at the end of today or if he does qualify for World Finals. What's changed for Viper going into this after kind of being cut out of the conversation as a competitive player for a few years and now right back in the conversation? Even if he doesn't make World Finals here, he's definitely proven he can bang.
Yeah, every single time, especially for upcoming CRLs, he's just going to get so much more respect. It's going to be, okay, Viper's playing this match. All right, well, it's clearly going to be Viper winning it. And speaking of winning, we're all winning. If you're a viewer in here, everybody get out your cameras, get out, get that QR code scanned because we got some lucky drops to collect.
And remember, you can, if you're watching on your mobile device, you can take a screenshot of this and then use that to go get it. If you're watching on a TV or a PC, you can just point your camera at this and click the link for the QR code. So however you want to get it, go ahead and get this thing. This is already at the 2 stars for your lucky drop. I'm going to go ahead and get mine going here in just a moment. That previous reward there still on screen. So if you're just joining us, come and collect these rewards. and see what you come up with. And, of course, I'm going to open up the chat on my side now and see what everyone's getting here for their rewards. And let's see. People saying a lot of not applicable commands in there, but someone got 1,995 barbs. Okay, that's a lot of barbs. 175 common wilds. Well, dude, 10 royal ghosts. 10 royal ghosts. Okay, let's go ahead and do. I'm gonna go do mine right now. All right, here we go. Let's do one. I'm still on 2 stars. Hold on. You got some gold again. Congratulations. Let's see. And am I going to get an extra star here? I'm not. What do I get here? 2,900 gold. All right. All right.
Oh.
Well, I did. Yeah, you did. Yeah. Okay. Congrats. Congrats, Josh. You got a little more gold than I did. A lot of people getting some coins here, but let's see. Looking at the chat here, 253 musks. So that's something that Josh would love to get. 3 phoenixes, already level 14. Okay, yeah, but that's some nice wild cards there, though, for your evolutions, or for get to level 15 on those. 2 Mega Knights, 6, a lot of humans. I don't know if that even makes any sense there. 67 Berserkers, 10 Lumberjacks. That's a great one for Foxy. Yeah, that one's pretty fire. 2 Goblinsteins, converted to 8K Elite wild cards. Wow, that one's pretty sick. So there's some good. Go ahead.
I saw somebody say 10 legendaries, which is like, okay, that's fantastic, and 10K wild cards. That can't be possible.
10K wild cards would be crazy.
Yeah.
8. Yeah, let's see. What am I going to do with 29 battle rams? I don't know. Knock down 29 walls, dude. I don't do your best. 5-star Book of Common. Evo Berserker Shard. That's pretty rad. There's some fun stuff in there. So open your stuff up. See what you can find, and let's see what you guys got in there. Evo Log. What? That's hilarious. Phone Cats. Phone Cats in here trolling, saying Evo Log. P-Cats got me, dude. I was like, wait a second, there's no Evo Log. Hey, if you guys ever watch Phone Cats on Twitch, go check him out. Longtime member of the Clash Royale community, and hilarious. Solid troll there, P-Cats. Well played. Well played indeed. We're still checking out some of your rewards, folks. We're a couple minutes away from, we're given time for Wallace to reset his decks and get ready for the matchup against Vitor in our lower bracket final. It's another best of 5. The loser ends their World Finals journey right here. The winner will go back up and compete against Viper for a shot at World Finals. And of course, you can go to World Finals this year in Atlanta. It's still far enough away to get your accommodations sorted, get your travel sorted out. It's October 31st to November 2nd at DreamHack in Atlanta. Atlanta's a really fun city, really cool city to go visit. There's lots of really great stuff to do there. I know that Josh and I will be playing some disc golf with the overall casting crew at some point throughout that trip. But it's going to be a great time. And for the first time, you have Clash Royale kind of mixing in with the rest of the gaming world for our World Finals. So really pumped and excited to have you guys there pretty soon. I see people saying, when's the stream starting? We are live right now, by the way, as we jump into our lower bracket final. Winner has a shot at making it to World Finals. Loser of this best of 5 will be gone.
You know, some comments are just so funny.
I think I saw the one you're talking about.
Well, no. I was just laughing at that one. When is the stream starting is hilarious. Oh, unless they're talking about the World Finals, Ooh. Misses the snowball right there on the minion horde, and a lot of those minions are going to put in a ton of work.
So pretty similar looks, although different final result from these decks. And just thinking about some of the stuff that you have at DreamHack, of course, the Clash Royale League World Finals and Clash of Clans World Finals, a whole slate of really awesome esports events throughout that whole weekend. Creator hubs, cosplay competitions, Halloween events, free play and tournaments available for people who are attending. And, of course, the expo with artists, exhibitions, and a bunch of other fun stuff. So go to DreamHack.com/Atlanta for overall information and Of course, we have the Clash Royale World Finals stuff up there as well.
Good snowball right there with the help of the tower. I mean, this is a lot of elixir for Vitor to be spending. The wizard staying alive is actually very massive for him. Gets a shot on the tower, and so he gets rewarded for making a very risky play, in my opinion.
Hut down one more time. Spear's working on that Skeleton King at the bridge, but Wizard will go ahead and clean up everything else. Last time it was Wallace who won in that matchup. Wallace kind of going back to the well here. Vitor running the deck that Wallace beat him with in the last one with this Mortar Miner Wizard deck.
And there's a lot on the field. Vines putting in work, getting the shield off of the wizard. That's one shot on top of the tower, so pretty good interaction for Wallace right there.
You know, and maybe it's because of the way it's not even necessarily new troops, but the way that the meta has evolved, where, especially with Witch being viable, I feel like we have a chaotic filled board. Oh my word, oh my word. Uh-oh. Wallace with the perfectly timed vine, snowball to clear, and that is game one done early. Just 10 seconds, just 9 seconds into sudden death overtime.
Yeah, I know for a fact Vitor saw all of that happen in slow motion. His troops get stuck. Skeleton after skeleton gets spawned all on the board. Just a tough way to go out right there. And, you know, just a beautiful job from Wallace. Gets knocked down in the lower bracket. Not going to be too big a problem. And he's going to be able to get game number one.
So game number one for Wallace, we have this Drill Vines deck. Vines now out for both players. Wallace running Drill Vines with Evo Snowball. So Evo Snowball out for him. Still available for Vitor. Vitor only ran Vines there. So ran this Miner Wizard Mortar deck that we saw Wallace beat him with earlier on. But early on, Vitor kind of keeping the spell stuff very, very close. And, you know, when you talk about a lot of different places, I guess Wizard does come in some of the Hog decks. But this is really, you know, when you look at especially what Vitor's doing, Vitor's kind of played a deck that mostly all works in its own unit. You talked about that earlier, Josh, how this is a meta where we have lots of decks that don't overlap. This is one of the kind of least overlapping deck combinations that we have overall, whereas Wallace early on using the Evo Witch, using the Goblin Hut, right? So that does undermine some of the graveyard decks. Vines obviously being gone. So really interesting choices in game number one. Vitor, it seems, leaving more options on the table, whereas Wallace getting that win, of course, it's a question of with a best of five, which one do you value more?
Yeah, it seems like a pretty interesting and just not. I do really struggle with looking at Wallace's deck using the Evo Witch, the Snowball, the Drill. It just feels like it overlaps so hard, and it's going to make his life a lot harder. Had he lost, he would be in so much trouble. But, you know, as it is with all types of sports, if you win, you get to write your own story. So he did win. He set himself up 1-0, and it ends up being the right decision.
Vitor probably running that Royal Hogs deck one more time. And there we go. Pigs of the opposite lane. The second that NATO comes out, well timed from Vitor. Wallace going to take some nice little damage here early on.
No NATO in this, or yeah, use the NATO to help out the Executioner. We're probably looking at E-Giant in the hands of Wallace. Vitor just going to be running the regular Royal Hogs Quick Cycle Lightning deck. And there's the E-Giant for Wallace.
Playing that into his weak side. Happy to make the fight continue on in this lane. And here we'll see the might of the Baby Dragon Evo. Just gonna, and you see Vitor's not happy, and that's, I think, because for a number of reasons, but one is he's forced to get a little bit extra out there.
Yeah, right here, Xe to perfection gets a second shot, and all of a sudden that 9 elixir push gets absolutely deleted, and you're still gonna have to worry about that Xe walking down the lane.
Mighty Miner ability just to put a little bit more damage on that one. Make sure there's not a really viable counter push behind. And that's Electro Giant kind of all on its lonesome here. Although that Brawler's going to get maybe one shot. Nope, forces out the Skeletons. Pigs go opposite direction. And Vitor now opened up a pretty significant lead. 1837 on the right-hand tower. Has not given up a single touch as of yet.
Yeah, this E-Giant deck has really struggled this weekend. It looks good, and you would assume it's always going to put in a ton of work in any sort of tournament, but it really does struggle in certain matchups, and this is definitely looking like one. The Mighty Miner, the Quick Cycle, the Cannon, all really good responses to this deck because you're trying to build pushes, but the Lightning just takes out everything.
And once again, Vitor does finally take some damage, actually. I was going to say to blank some again, but E-Giant stays alive long enough for 2 zaps from... I don't know what do we actually call those electro orbs on its back?
On which troop?
On the back of the Electro Giant.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever noticed the 2 orbs. Wow.
It's kind of like the whole thing of the Electro Giant.
Yeah, I'm not a very
observant person?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, we'll see if maybe someone in chat has knows what those are called. Lightning to clear. There you go. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, both players cycling the Lightnings. Wallace getting it on top of the tower, but it's just not going to be enough. Vitor is just always going to be able to cycle cannons. Wallace is going to need something special, and I don't really know if Vitor is going to allow him to do that.
Lightning log to get the Xe out of the way. And this Xe NATO, that's the question, is can Wallace defend this? Cage there, but nothing to get the Xe lined up for damage here. Does Vitor go for like a NATO here? And Vitor goes for the NATO play. Or Wallace goes for the NATO play, excuse me. Wallace goes for the NATO play. But Vitor plays troops to the inside, not giving the easy damage away to Wallace. And that's a very important win for Vitor, as we will now go into a guaranteed championship game.
And just like the previous set, after the first 2 games, kind of just forces it to become a best of 3. It's really hard to jump out to a 2-0 lead. We see a lot of 3-1s, we see a lot of 3-2s, but the 3-0s, we don't see it very often, and even 2-0s. It always goes back and forth, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, that speaks to the level of parity overall at the top level of the competition, right? How evenly matched so many of these players are. And you talk about Wallace and Vitor, who I don't know how many matches they've played against each other, how many games they've played against each other, but I'm sure that it's almost innumerable at this point. Especially, you obviously have experience with the team's era of how much time you spent each day just grinding matchups against each other over and over and over again. Yeah, I see you shake your head almost with some PTSD from the amount of practice that was required to play at that level. So now we get into championship rounds for this one. After this game 3, we're guaranteed a game 4 at minimum. Game number 1, Wallace running the drill deck, Vitor running the mortar miner deck. And then game number 2, we saw the E-Giant of Wallace losing to the Royal Hogs of Vitor. So spell-wise, just the Lightning Log and Vines out for Vitor. Lightning, NATO, Barb Barrel, and Vines gone for Wallace. And when we think about what
And
Wallace has been
Snowball.
running today, go ahead, say that one more time, Josh.
And Snowball from Wallace.
And Snowball too, right? So that's pretty critical here. Wallace has been leaning really heavily on lightning-based decks throughout this competition. We've seen that be pretty significant, not getting a win with a lightning-based deck, kind of a big wrench in the engine. So now when we think about going forward, you have some log stuff, but he's mostly run log with lightning. We could see him go maybe some graveyard here. And he does have he ran Mortar Miner, didn't he? No, he didn't. So he does have that Miner Rocket deck that he likes.
Yeah, again, don't love seeing Miner Rocket, so kind of hoping that doesn't happen. Vitor going to start off with the Valk plus the Ice Spirit. Wallace going quick at the bridge. Hog and gets, I believe, 2 shots. Wow, quite a bit of damage.
So Wallace has mostly run this with lightning. Doesn't have lightning available. We'll see if he's going Fireball for this or some other option.
Vitor looking like graveyard so far. He did have the opportunity to run the Evo Knight, so it's something to look out for that he's already used the Evo Valk in this deck. Wallace on the other side. We've seen a couple different variants with the Wizard and the Lightnings, but Wallace, obviously we saw Lightning in the last one, so probably just going to be running a regular Hog EQ.
We are definitely a far time away from the Earthquake as a win condition era of Clash Royale.
Yeah.
Not seen as much Earthquake in competitive.
Yeah, not a huge fan of spells being able to be a win condition. I think it's one of the few things that I just disagree with. It doesn't matter. I'm okay with pretty much anything, but spell cycling as a deck, it just hurts. I can't get behind it.
Well, not to bring up painful memories, but I do remember being blown away in your 2v2 match against Ponos at Worlds in 2018, where they ran a 2v2 spell cycle deck.
Yeah, it hurts.
Which doesn't contribute at all to your dislike of spell cycle.
Yeah.
Good connection from Wallace on the right-hand side as we go into the final 30 seconds of regulation, opening things up with this Hog. And definitely happy to have the Earthquake is going to could do some good double duty, especially now that he has this lead. Obviously, Earthquake good against the Goblin Hut, but watch him keep an eye as he'll use this sometimes against these graveyards.
Graveyard stacking up skellies. Pretty solid log right there. Maybe a tick too early, but overall, not a ton of damage given up, even though he didn't really defend with the lock. Very clean overall from Wallace.
And that's it raises an interesting question, right? When you look at the different ways to defend that graveyard, obviously Earthquake does great work against the hut and gets tower damage. But you almost start wondering, okay, there's no poison supporting this graveyard, which is why this troop-based defense is able to work so well here. But you do wonder in some of the later hours if the Earthquake might be, with its 3 ticks, more effective against some of those graveyards and rely more on the log chip the opposite direction.
Yeah, definitely something to look at. And
right here,
right here defends with the Earthquake, going to need to log, but he has to log high, but because of the Earthquake plus the Skellies, still going to defend that relatively well, but that Furnace is chipping away at the tower, and now he also has to worry about the right side as well.
1263, the mark on Vitor's top right-hand tower. Lead currently for Wallace, but lead could be precarious here. And you see Earthquake doing its work to clear the first half of that. Skelly's at the backhand. No damage from that graveyard. Not something we can say very often lately with graveyards.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time that I've said that. Right here, 36 seconds left. We're seeing aggression by Vitor, and it feels like he has a 3-card cycle going on, but he just clearly doesn't with no champion involved. Very impressive that he's been able to cycle so quickly.
And this time,
Ooh,
we
doesn't
see
hit.
the Earthquake on offense.
What's he going to do about that Valk on top of the tower?
Oh, my word. And now Vitor changes lanes. Graveyard to the right-hand side. Hog has to get past this. Earthquake trying to do some work. Log to clear. Skelly's on, and that's going to be game number 3 for Vitor. Match point for the Pride of Portugal.
Wow, Wallace with a massive error. Hog had to be 1 tile to the right. It would have taken the aggro. The Valk would have walked back. Instead, it doesn't happen. Gets 3-4 swings on top of the tower. And just like that, I mean, I felt like it was a dominant performance from Wallace. I thought he was doing great throughout that entire matchup. And, you know, it's just one mistake. That's all that Graveyard is. You're waiting for one mistake from your opponent. Can you capitalize on it? And Vitor absolutely did right there.
Well, you know, you think about where Wallace's mental energy is being focused in that matchup, right? And Vitor is really focusing mental energy on the offensive side of the board. Cool, you have a push. Fine. Defensively, he's really just thinking about a single layer, and that's the Hog with the EQ support. Whereas when you look at what Wallace was having to deal with, Wallace was dealing with 3 different layers, right? He was dealing with his offensive attack on the Hog side, but then both the bridge fight and the graveyard fight, right? So we saw some of the biggest damage in that left-hand lane come from when the Furnace escaped. So you think about kind of what you're kind of trying to keep track of. You're keeping track essentially of 3 points, whereas Vitor's only keeping track of 2 points at the same time. And so you get into those tight, crazy situations. You're playing defense on 2 levels, and that Hog, you know, it's not a mistake that you can make at this level, but you think about how much your RAM is being eaten up by that 2-layer defense that you're playing, and that's where you see that Hog play just a little bit off.
Yeah, going against Graveyard, it's always going to put you in a difficult spot. It's like 3 main points, and then you have like 18 different side points. Is your opponent going is your opponent going to poison with the Graveyard? Okay, no. Well, I just wasted the EQ and the log, even though I didn't need to, I guess. Like, there's so many small things that they get to do, and you have no choice but to react. And you don't get to predict against that kind of deck. I thought Vitor did an absolute stellar job of keeping his opponent on his toes, and it just gave him an opportunity to win.
That's interesting, thinking about graveyard defense being reactive rather than being able to be predictive at all. And that's a very big difference between the very simple. The Hog attack is very simple. The Hog is going to cross the bridge, usually at the same spot, every once in a while somewhere different, and you just maybe vary up how you defend that so you don't get earthquaked to oblivion over and over again. Versus what you're talking about is you can be a little predictive there against the Hog, where not so much. Again, I never thought of it really in that context for Graveyard. So, okay, now we have match point for Vitor, and let's get into it. Log, EQ, Lightning NATO, Bar Barrel, all gone along with the Snowball and the Vine, so it looks like it's going to be a bait out of Wallace, and Vitor showing RG potentially here.
So Wallace does have Mortar available to him, so it could be either just straight up bait or it could be Mortar bait. Still have to wait for that, and then Vitor on the other side. This is probably going to be either RG, Giant Skeleton, or not Giant Skeleton, Goblin Giant, and there's the Goblin Machine. So yeah, looking like Goblin Giant.
But here's the big question, right? Is Wallace running a variation with a direct damage spell? Because what we saw in the last game against Viper was an Inferno Tower here for Wallace, and he'll certainly be happy to have that against a Goblin Giant deck. What we saw from Wallace last time, and obviously a little different with the Miner, because the Miner you can get directly on tower as long as it's not picked up, but we saw Wallace in Game 4 go to a deck that had no direct tower damage in that bridge spam deck, and once once Viper was able to get the lead back, or once I was able to make it close, he was able to steal that because Wallace couldn't create damage. Very curious to see what Wallace's game plan is here in the later minutes.
Yeah, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking that it's probably going to be Rocket. I think Minor Rocket does make sense. Needs to defend that Golden Knight, and that's not going to happen. That Golden Knight keeps attacking the tower. Level 13 P.E.K.K.A gets picked up properly, but a damage advantage for Vitor at this point.
Yeah, I think that's our first Goblin Curse on the day. Has some targets. Vitor had to be happy to see the Stab Gobs and the Dark Goblin as potential victims of that curse.
Yeah, we're going to see the curse paired with the rage quite a bit. Now that we're in double elixir, there's the opportunity to get aggressive, and that is a good curse. Going to be able to keep his Goblin Machine alive, and now it might be in range. It is, but it forces out a big response on defense. This is going to be a massive counterattack for Vitor.
And Vitor does have lots of ways to contend with this Inferno Tower. This time it will turn and get onto the Evo P.E.K.K.A. So it does its job, but we'll see how much Vitor is able to use that curse and those minions to distract that tower. Doesn't have a reset ability against the Inferno Tower.
Vitor shaking. And right there, I mean, and the Inferno Tower not going to pull, so this Goblin Giant is going to work. The E-Spirit's going to try and slow it down, but if that P.E.K.K.A got a swing right there, taking out the Valk, that would have been game over. Instead, Valk saves his life, gives him an opportunity to still make it.
And even after all of that, Wallace still does have the slight lead. Has damage in both lanes, so that is a bit of a challenge. And Evo P.E.K.K.A over to the strong side for Vitor once more. This time Wallace plays that Inferno Tower in a central location.
And I'm just trying to figure out what I would do if I was Vitor. You got to be able to protect it. I'd love to see the Curse plus Rage, and there we go. We are going to see that. You've got to make sure that you're keeping everything alive. Goblin Giant taking out the Inferno Tower, and that one little Goblin putting it in to work. Getting the tower. Oh, I cannot believe that it wasn't able to make it to the tower right there.
Delivery has to come down, will hold, but damage done. 1491. Wallace playing minor chip here, and we have not seen a rocket yet. We are in triple elixir, and it's poison instead. Minor poison.
Yeah, that is a pretty bad situation for him. Minor's going to be able to protect the Dark Goblin, so Goblin Machine forced to be played, takes out the Dark Goblin, and then gets started punching away at the Valkyrie.
And delivery is going to have to be really, really pulling some work here. Goblin Curse, but nothing there as a curse target. Wallace is going to need one more Inferno Tower and then need to get something on that opposite side. He does not have the Inferno Tower. Vitor, emphatic, gets the win. He is going to our LCQ final.
Wow, another player to lose game one and then just get game two, game three, game four. I mean, just perfection from Vitor. It's a very difficult matchup, but he waited until his opponent made one mistake. The Inferno Tower all the way to the side. He knew that he wouldn't be able to get back in time. Even with the Evo Valk, if you apply enough pressure, you can get through, and that is exactly what happened. A perfect game number 4 for Vitor.
And what a brutal couple of games back-to-back for Wallace here, who was in the upper bracket, was in the upper bracket final, was guaranteed in the top 3, but then wins game 1 and then gets 1, 2, 3 swept in games 2, 3, and 4 back-to-back. So after having such a great tournament, 6-2 overall, then goes 2-6 over 2 games to get KO'd.
And as we take a look at some of the decks, game number 1, Wallace was able to start off 1-0, and I was worried. Even after that game, I thought a lot of the cards that he was using, the Snowball, Drill, Goblin Hut, all those together, it did spell disaster potentially in my mind, and that's actually exactly what happened. Game number 2 just couldn't get the damage that he was looking for. Vitor controlled the pace of the game, the Royal Hogs plus Lightning, and then Cannon on defense. It really is as simple as Cannon on defense. It's so hard for the E-Giant to get past that. You always force out a lightning as well, and that's just too much elixir to spend. Game 3, we go on to Evo Valk Graveyard going against Hog. Came down to one mistake again. The Hog was placed one tile to the left. Had it been placed one tile to the right, it would have taken the Evo Valk away from the tower. He would have been able to defend it, but not the case. And then game number 4, we just saw it. Minor poison. You can get damage, but if you give up just one offensive push, and which is, again, what happened, it's just too much to overcome. The Goblin Giant made it to the tower, started getting the Spear Goblin shots onto the tower, and it was too little too late. Couldn't get the damage at the end.
Well, it's two things I want to ask you about, Josh. One is, you made that comment early on about the different decks kind of being cannibalized in Game 2. And also think about in Game 1, but think about Game 2, right? How much got burned that has synergy. And we'd seen Wallace run the Hog Lightning deck a number of times. Game 3, he goes Hog EQ. Obviously, he was doing pretty well in that one, but you have that impact going on. And then we get into game number 4, and we have this Minor Poison deck, and I can't think many times I've seen Minor Poison Inferno Tower in competitive in any sort of recent time. It's been quite a while since B-Rad was playing competitive Clash Royale. Yeah. So, I look at that, and I'm thinking about that cannibalization early on. So I'm looking at those impacts, but then also wondering, would Minor Rocket have been more effective there at the end? Would a poison on defense to clear some of the minions and slow things down at some point have been good early on? Either way, you talk about the best of 4, the best of 5 situation championship rounds. We've kind of seen that eat Wallace twice, and that's why we get a Vitor versus Viper matchup for our grand final, where one of these two will be our last world finalist.
Yeah, we've had an incredible weekend of action. So many back and forth matches, back and forth sets overall. But now we are here. Viper has only played 3 sets overall. That is crazy to see. I mean, we look at Coco. He got eliminated, an hour and a half ago. He's played 4, I believe. So pretty crazy that he played 5, exactly.
Actually, hold on. Let me just double check that. I might even be under. Let me just make sure it's 5. I think Coco might have played 6. Coco played 6 matches.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's incredible for Viper because he just hasn't burned decks. You're still unsure if he's wanting to go with the meta of the tournament or the meta of his own. And that is a dangerous combination for Viper. A huge lead even just going into the match.
Well, and looking at this, over the course of 10 games played, 2, 4, 6, 8, Viper has played 9 different decks over the course of 10 games played, right? So that's another thing, too, is we've seen him only run one deck more than once. In general, it has been just keeping things very, very kind of unpredictable. And then you look at Wallace. Wallace has played 11 games. Look at Vitor. Vitor's played 11 games. Over the course of that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 decks. So Vitor has also been pretty varied, although maybe a bit more, some more overlap in some of those decks. But you have 2 guys who've really been digging deep into the deck pool, and we are ready. Keep in mind, folks, this is a best of 5. Viper is the upper bracket champion. Viper, if he wins this match, he wins the tournament, the LCQ, and goes to World Finals. Vitor, if he wins this one, he has to do it again. So 3 wins away for Viper, 6 wins away from World Finals for Vitor.
Number 1 seed of the tournament, going against the number 6 seed, basically. And this is exactly what you would ask for. I mean, Viper has had himself a tournament. He's played so well. Vitor as well, just very consistent. Just a beautiful knowledge of how the meta was evolving throughout the tournament. And it felt like when he lost his set, it felt like he didn't adapt quickly enough. And then as soon as he started winning, it was obvious that he was just ready for whatever was going to go against him.
And Furnace will meet the machine, this time with running the Fish Boy. Vitor looking a little more like Royal Giant here.
So Vitor, he has answers, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The Vine's going to put in work, and it's going to get the shot before he gets stunned. The mini Peck is also taking that out. So left tower down to 1265, right tower down to 2224, and a perfect start if you're Viper.
And
Man, this Goblin Giant deck is so good.
Yeah, you know, giving me flashbacks to 2023, the Goblin Giant meta of World Finals. So I don't know, maybe the Goblin Giant can trip on his way to Atlanta. That might be helpful.
I really wouldn't mind.
I know you wouldn't, Josh. Ewiz sets up in the back, and you know, you talk about what the state of our meta right now. There are so many cards that kind of have had fallen to the wayside, and just because of the way the meta has shifted, you know, we've seen a lot of Electro Wiz today, whereas Ewiz was kind of dead and competitive for a long time.
Yeah, and at this point, it just seems like kind of necessary to use it in one of your best of 5 sets. Right there, Evo Witch on top of the tower, getting it all the way down to 659. And honestly, looking at the matchup, I feel like I saw this yesterday, and people were talking about this exact matchup, and it was like, okay, well, the Ewiz does so well against the Goblin Machine because it can reset the targets, it slows down the Goblin Giant, and I think that must have been before some sort of balance change, because it looks like Viper's matchup the entire way.
So now we'll get a Monk in front of everything. Let's see if we get a reflection here. But it does not reflect the Evo Witch, so Furnace has to come out. This is a lot at the bridge, though. And it will end up being almost for nothing. First Royal Giant down for Vitor as we are deep into our sudden death period.
Yeah, perfect timing right there. And honestly, a good fisherman from Vitor to snipe the Mini P.E.K.K.A. instead of the Goblin Machine. Just wasn't enough. Fire Spirit not going to be able to do enough. And right there, recognizes his opponent, puts the Monk all the way in the back, believes that he can get to the tower because of it, and he will. That's going to be one shot and a second. And he is close to taking out this tower.
This is the most important push for Vitor in game 1. Evo RG getting on tower, doing lots of damage here. Vines do slow it down. Can he stymie one more effort from Viper? He's been able to turn these pushes into, these defenses into big counter pushes. Needs to do it one more big time. Monk reflecting. Mini P.E.K.K.A. not pulled. Machine is pulled away. E was trying to get some stuns in. Log plus RG 741.
I believe he missed the Vines. I'm not sure if he played them down in time. Finally deciding to go. Oh my goodness, the minion getting the one hit right there. That changes everything.
Vitor was doing such a good job of making this competitive in the final seconds, but just a little bit of escaping, and that flips it back in Viper's favor. Game number 1 for the Frenchman. Needs 2 more to make World Finals.
Yeah, just a perfect game from Vitor, from Viper right there, and yeah, it's just so hard to stop. You can't stop the Goblin Machine. I'll say it now. If you're not using it in a best of 3, best of 5, you're doing something wrong.
Viper with a little adjustment here. He'd played Goblin Giant before, but with the Prince and the Barb Barrel in there. This time, just that, or with the Prince in there, alongside the, what was it that he had that was different in there? He gets the Witch involved and the Mini P.E.K.K.A. Oh, it was that he played the Prince and the, I had it up just a second ago. Where did you go? Goblin Giant. Oh, it got pushed down because everything moved. Hold on. There we go. Where did it go? Well, he had the Prince in there before. Goes with the Mini P.E.K.K.A. Kind of opting for a different bit of pacing. And then, yes, the Machine getting in the mix there for this one as well. And absolutely opened things up. But it was really the kind of the pressure of the Witch and the Mini P.E.K.K.A. opening stuff up here that was a big difference. And it was kind of a valiant effort by Vitor to battle back but he was kind of finding some difficulty controlling everything as that fisherman was getting pulled off, and then you kind of refunnel back in towards the tower.
Yeah, I believe that Vitor played a near perfect game. A lot of it comes down to he gave up too much damage early on. I would say that matchup is probably as good as it gets going against the Goblin Machine. The Monk can put in a lot of work. The Fisherman can yank away troops. It can allow your RG to put in work. But if you make one mistake, whether it's early, middle of the game, late game, you're just not going to be able to stop it.
It was Prince Furnace swapped out for the Mini P.E.K.K.A. Evo Witch. So that was the big change made there. So now Hog for Viper.
And perfect timing right there to activate the Monk's ability. Takes the minions out and slows down the Golden Knight.
And I'm double checking this, but I think this is Viper's first time playing Hog Rider on the weekend.
Yeah. I don't want to just say you're wrong, but I feel like you should be,
Yeah, but I'm scrolling through all the matchups today, over the weekend, and no Hog Rider played.
Wow. Maybe he didn't understand the dual format and thought you could only use it once per weekend.
Once a weekend? Sure.
Still unsure of what Vitor's last couple cards are. We've seen Inferno Dragon have kind of limited success this weekend, and it's usually paired with the P.E.K.K.A. or the MK, and MK going to be the deck of choice for Vitor 75.
Yeah, haven't seen bridge spam from Vitor yet this weekend. Working out pretty well here as the Ghost and the minions get all over that tower. Wow. Absolutely feasting. And you see Viper, a little tilt to the head there, did not like the connection.
Yeah, not exactly sure what he should have done in that moment. He probably just had to be quicker with a couple of his cards, but way too much damage given up to that Ghost. But, I mean, when you look at Viper's deck and Vitor's deck, if Viper doesn't have the Monk in cycle, the Ghost wreaks havoc. So it's not shocking that that's the reason why Vitor took this lead.
And that Evo Inferno Dragon gets some good work done in before, despite both the Tesla, now the Ram Rider here to slow the Hog. And the minions do enough, but not quite as the Hog gets one shot. Viper really cycling these Hogs fast.
Yeah, if he gets a second shot, the game would be a complete 50-50. Not going to be the case, and he will have the Mega Knight get plopped down on the map. So he finally has something going. And we expect to see multiple Lightnings get cycled, but Viper still has an opportunity to come back right here.
And he's doing a good job of pressuring and not giving a comfortable opportunity to use that 6 elixir, right? Look at how he's playing everything way up high, out of tower range. Good Monk reflection here. And that Evo Inferno Dragon staying out of the danger zone. No Mega Knight here for the Hog Rider. Hog's going to get at least one. The Zap holds, but the Hog Rider does get one critical hit. And now the lead for Viper. Wallace trying to connect. Will the Ram Rider get there? Electro Spirit and does not quite stop. Lightning will do it. And you saw Vitor just with his heart in his chest, all the way up in his throat, and just barely able to sneak that one away as Viper almost stole it.
Yeah, I mean, incredible defense, incredible control of the entire map by Viper after the first minute. But the problem is it's a 3-minute game. It's a 5-minute game. You have to go the entire way, and Vitor took the early lead. It got scary, but the thing is, these Mega Knight decks are struggling against the meta right now. And so the fact that he was able to win with it, get himself into a game 3, where, again, this is our third set now where no one is able to make it to 2-0. You become a best of 3. That could have been so dangerous for him, but he's able to walk away with a victory and get himself into a best of 3.
I want to call out a couple of things here that we've been taught that are really interesting. First, pretty sure this is the first Zap I've seen in months in CRL, right? We're not seeing a lot of Zap being played. So you talk about not burning cards, great. But the other thing, too, is the job Vitor did down the stretch. We didn't really ever see Mega Knight defending against those Hog Riders, right? We saw using other methodologies and freeing up Mega Knight to win bridge fights rather than forcing it to be a response to a Hog Rider and then get handled elsewise. So both, it was partially Viper kind of never putting the pressure off where Vitor could use a Mega Knight on defense might be part of that, but also Mega Knight just not being the answer that Vitor went to and kind of duct taping these defenses together against the Hog Rider late to prevent any significant damage. So then you also think about these factors, right? Whereas Viper just did the Evo Tesla gone, Evo Furnace gone, log out, using EQ here, not really worried about that elsewhere. But, you know, you did pull some key pieces here. Golden Knight, Vitor's not really worried about elsewhere. The Inferno Dragon, not really worried. Mega Knight, you know, there's plenty of other solutions. And then being able to sneak Zap in there. So a nice deck pick here that preserves some late game options for Vitor, as now we are guaranteed at least one championship game.
Yeah, you really have to be feeling good if you're Vitor. As good as Viper has been playing, Vitor pretty much in the same vein. Like he's been playing so well, and he just has so many open options. This is incredible after the first two. It feels like you don't even want to use probably like 10 to 11 cards. Like 10 to 11 cards aren't really fun to use in these kind of duel formats.
Wallbreaker will connect through all of that.
Yeah, poor placement right there by the Ghost. Had to be a tile over, either left or right. Would have been able to swing at both, but instead, one does connect.
And one of the things to keep an eye out here is that at least so far, it seems like Viper does not have any really great responses. He has the snowball, which, you know, he wants to use to open up lanes. But he also has two different, but the wall breakers and the goblin barrel. No log, no barb barrel. So keep an eye on that as time goes on. Here comes the Evo barrel.
Okay. Solid executioner placed behind the King Tower. Gets the goblins out of commission. Just trying to figure out what the last two cards are, because you want to assume P.E.K.K.A. or Mega Knight plus Big Spell, but it doesn't really make sense. You kind of need that secondary air targeting troop. So still just kind of waiting, sitting around, trying to figure it out.
And another wall breaker has to get eaten by Viper, so maybe he's feeling like he can create a big push. And wow, first time seeing the boss today.
Yeah, this definitely makes a little bit more sense right there. Good timing on the giant snowball and a clean defense, but now again you do have to worry about that, and that was almost one of the best boss bandit activations I have ever seen, but instead doesn't make it to the wall breaker.
And this Viper is forced to eat these goblin barrels. Vines will be enough when you add in the DPS and the Ice Spirit.
Yeah, I just don't even know if he's going to be able to even defend this one. Gets the left tower down to 1138, right tower 1369. It's Boss Bandit struggling.
This time Boss Bandit getting a few pieces taken care of. Evo exit to the left-hand side, Goblin Barrel to the right-hand side. You got to have Snowball here. You don't have it. Ghost plus the Berserker to clean up both of Viper's towers in difficult straits. It does just take one big bridge spam push to make the difference. That Evo Xe will shorten the path a little bit.
And right there, both wall breakers connecting, getting the left tower down to 747, right tower down to 618. And Vitor just dominating this entire game. It's looked like Viper has never had a chance to even pull out a victory.
When you see he had to eat that damage, he has to save the elixir and figure out how to overwhelm. He just can't, he has not found the math yet. That was a great boss bandit. Exy clearing. Vines, though, shutting things down. And Vitor now going to Evo Barrel. I don't know if there's any way to stop this.
Okay, staying
Wow.
alive. I was going to say the exact same thing. You just got to it first. So cannot believe that he is still in this game. 44 seconds left. Trying to go in with the lightning. It's just not going to work. He had one last opportunity if he had been able to get 2 shots off with that Exy and if it was targeting the tower. But because it's not, it's what tower do you want if you're Vitor, and he takes the left one.
Match point in favor of Vitor. Of course, not a World Championship qualifying point because Vitor from the lower bracket has to beat Viper twice. But if he does win here, he pushes us to a grand reset on the grand final, and that would be fascinating for us. Vitor now with the chance to join some pretty rarefied air of being a 5-time world finalist, but he needs to get this win and then 3 more after that. Viper, you know, we haven't seen Viper really face any true adversity yet. And now we see him with his back to the wall with a elimination, or not with elimination, but with 2 match points coming up for his opponent.
Yeah, it would be really interesting to see if he's even gone down 1-0 in one of these best of 3s. We know he's had a ton of success, and obviously he's still in the upper bracket, but yeah, I mean, this is it.
1-0,
wow.
yeah. He went 1-0.
Okay.
He went down 1-0 against Wallace and then came back with those 3, but
Okay.
he has not faced an opponent match point except in the final game yet. So now he has to win 2 in a row against Vitor. This is going to be really interesting, right? You have 2 such interesting different kinds of players. Vitor, working his way up through the semi-pro ranks, has always been someone who you think of as playing all different kinds of decks, all different kinds of styles. Truly came up through the semi-pro ranks, like all the way back into. So I remember seeing him in matches in 2019 as a semi-pro, and then getting his CRL shot in the fall season of 2020. And then on the other side of things, you have Viper, who is kind of the opposite. Has been known as a true, unique, one of those guys with a deck that's named after him, kind of ladder one tricks, who's had his moments in CRL. So 2 very, very different directions here, and I'm wondering what kind of experience they pull on as they go into these matches. But again, I need to go do the math here. There's a very limited number of players who have made it to 5 World Finals, and so for Vitor, 2020, 21, 22, and 23, if he makes it today, will join that very small 5-time club. And we'll make sure that we have that data for you when we get to Worlds this year. Right now, let's look at game number 4 right in front of us.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about Muhammad Light and if he's only at 5 or if he's at 6.
Muhammad's
But
at 5 because he made it to all 5 World Finals in the CRL. No, he's only at 21, 22, 23, 24. Mo's only at 4. Oh no, 5
Okay.
now. He will be joining.
5
He's
now.
joining the 5-time club with this World Finals appearance.
Yeah, just to give a little bit of context on how rarefied that air is. Finally, Mo is there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. Morton is part of that. Lucas might be close.
Yeah, it's just a very short list.
Yeah, Lucas is joining the 5-time club as he made it in 2020, 21, 22, and 24. So Lucas is joining the 5-time club.
Oh!
Oh, no.
Archer Queen plus guards, missed fireball could spell doom, disaster, L, loss, however you want to call it. Skeleton King gets down, but not before the Archer Queen locks onto the tower. The Zappy will finally retarget the Archer Queen, but he's taken 1,500 damage, and he's just down Elixir as well. The cannon should be able to clean up everything incredibly easily, and it is now even Elixir, but not even tower damage.
And I really love how Vitor is both giving himself a chance to win here, but also kind of taking some, we talk about preserving for game number 5. Playing Bats, playing Dark Prince, two cards I don't think we've seen at all today. Archer Queen, which we've seen today, but definitely like on the champions list, a little bit less used.
Yeah, definitely expecting a potential Royal Hogs deck, but Lightning at a cycle, probably not super likely. So definitely interesting to use the Dark Prince. Maybe he was trying to predict Drill as well.
Well, definitely covering lots of bases. But either way, even if the call ended up incorrect, still in a good position here.
That's going to try and put in a lot of work. AQ going to be able to defend this pretty well, but RG still going to get a couple shots. Gets the tower down to 21-14, and still an opportunity, but it's definitely looking like Vitor should have this locked up as long as he plays to the best of his abilities.
Are able to get the skeletons off. Miner goes to the outside spot. Fishboy does still pull. 10:47. Viper sets up. And the fireball, not enough, just barely. Archer Queen stays alive. Wizard does connect. That could be critical. 18:33. Keep an eye on those numbers.
Yeah, and as hot as the start was for Vitor, he is struggling to get damage. It just feels like every single time he goes on offense, he's kind of throwing 5 elixir away for 150 damage. And that's never what you want to be doing. You want to be getting 300 to 400 if you're running one of these minor poison decks, and it's just not happening for him. So definitely has to worry as this game heads into triple elixir.
Evo RG sets it to the left, final minute. Splitting the zappies. Fisherman is in range. Down to 851. About 1,000 HP separating these two. Evo Wizard does not target the cannon. Vitor has a lot to worry about. Dark Prince to work on the Skeleton King.
Wow, and there is a real opportunity for him to win this game. It was such a terrible start. He gets a second shot.
Viper, 2 big ones. Miner to the back. Vitor knows this is probably over. You see him slam the table. He is so frustrated.
Okay,
now
still
getting
has
miners
to worry
in.
about the Dark Prince.
The Dark Prince goes the wrong way. The Dark Prince goes the wrong way. Poison in. Is there another miner? Arrows. Poison trying to tick. Not going to do it. Game 5 on its way. Oh my word.
Wow, Viper steals one right there, and I think it really comes down to the deck composition. I was not a huge fan of that. It felt too slow, too little offense, and too little defense. When a deck feels that way, that's never a good sign. And I mean, he took a 1,500 HP advantage, and it felt like it could have been anybody's game at that point if you were just taking a look at the decks.
Yeah, that was a tough one, and you can see how frustrated Vitor slamming the deck, the camera shaking. Definitely frustrated to let that one get away from him. And now this is the money moment, right? This is where the coaches and the analysts really earn their keep, especially if you're on Vitor's side here, facing a best of one, a one game to decide, do you continue on and reset this bracket, or will Viper be filling out that final spot for DreamHack Atlanta? And man, so here's the question though, right? As we look at this, there is that question of Vitor, maybe did he make a mistake here thinking about Game 5 a bit too much with the deck picking, but also he does have kind of a bigger breadth and depth as we go into Game 5 here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. He's got a ton of options to him. But the thing is, like, if you take a look at all the decks he's been using today in this exact best of 5, it just feels like maybe 3 of them are a little too new, too fresh, not strong enough. It feels like he's prepared for a best of 7 the way his decks have been set up.
Yeah, and it's interesting. You take a look at these at the coaches. I'm finding out that trainer Lore is helping Viper, and Game Saver is Vitor's coach. So I know that Game Saver has had some success this season, and this is really going to be one of those ones. This upcoming pick is one of those ones that I think is really going to be a pretty big factor as maybe how you look at some of these coaches and their picking here. So game number 1, Goblin Giant takes the win for Viper over Vitor's Royal Giant. Game 2, Vitor responds with the Ram Rider Mega Knight to beat the Hog Rider deck. A great defensive effort by him there. Vitor gets game number 3 with the double bait deck up against Viper's Bridge Spam with the Boss Bandit and Exy. And then finally, game 4, Viper ties things up. Royal Giant against the Minor Archer Queen Poison deck. So thinking about as we go into the final game, Vines out for both players. Fireball left. I mean, Lightning is gone. Earthquake is gone. And let's see. Lightning, Earthquake, and Fireball, Arrows all gone for Viper. So we're thinking either Rocket or Poison if he goes big spells here. Other side of things, Fireball, Lightning, Poison gone. So Vitor does have EQ open, does have Rocket open. Might go small spells only. And
So
Viper, cycles.
Yeah, Viper definitely in game number 4 created his deck knowing that his opponent could be running Goblin Giant, Goblin Machine. I believe game 5 is going to be somewhat similar where he's going to make sure that his deck can counter that. And Vitor just no Gob Giant, Goblin Machine spam, instead going in with the Skeleton King Witch spam.
So drill for Vitor. Trying to take advantage of the Valk being out. Will get some damage here. And kind of a classic minor wall breakers here for Viper. Bit of a throwback style-wise.
Yeah, really creative defense from Viper right there, using the wall breakers, not allowing the Goblins to get any shots whatsoever on top of the tower. And then because he used the miner on top of the bomber, it protected the wall breaker in order to force out the arrows. Just a something that this game has potentially never seen the way that push was set up. It was just a very creative line from him.
Vitor not liking the timing there as the Valk cycled in the back was pretty much exactly the right timing there. Maybe switching lanes for Vitor to try to get away from those Valks. We'll see. An Inferno Tower for Viper.
Inferno Tower plus Evo Valk going to be able to defend everything pretty properly. Viper has no offensive spell, like no